Wonderful. I just pressed the live button. The stream is actually happening now, which is phenomenal. Totally phenomenal. And I just found out that Sask is actually part of the House of the Train Post Discord. I never realized that. I just saw some unfortunate news. It says Microsoft will be putting the shutter on the Legacy Age of Empires 3 game, the complete collection. Apparently, it won't be available for sale anywhere anymore. And they're going for a full push to DE. And eventually, it says they will be shutting down the the ESO servers on the old game, which is kind of unfortunate. I thought they were honestly going to run that thing forever because so many people were still on the Legacy game, but it's kind of unfortunate. I guess we can talk about that while I, share the stream with the Discord servers as usual. Honestly, I thought they should have just kept it running. Really. I mean, they knew Wars of Liberty's on the old game. How are you gonna advertise new people into that mod if they can't buy the game anymore? Expect everyone to be doing it the Juanito way or something, because they're going to be opening that door now by doing that. Everybody's going to go the Juanito route now because they're not going to be able to go the normal route. They're supposedly against that sort of thing, and now they're almost inviting it. I don't know, though. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Pretty strange indeed. But it's alright. I already own it, so I'm all set. And if you do want to keep playing the Legacy Age of Empires 3 game, whether you like Wars of Liberty or not, you can always use Game Ranger, and you can use Radman VPN as well. Both of those totally will work, and I believe Hamachi as well if you're into that thing. As well as, I think there's some other platforms too that support AoE 3 Legacy too. If you want to keep doing that, yeah. But certainly for the people who are using the official way to play multiplayer, that'll be setting on the sun very soon. So definitely get your games in before they shut that thing down. And what day did they shut that down, so you're aware? The servers will shut down on October 30th. So you got a little less than a month to keep playing on ESO online in the Legacy game. Yeah. And then from there, you'll either have to get Game Ranger or Radman VPN to play with your friends, or you'll have to go over to DE and play the new game. Basically, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. And let me see where I'm going to start sharing this stream. Start down here and work my way up. Should be good, yeah. But yeah, I was not expecting that news today. I don't know what to think about that. Again, I've probably say it a million times, they should have definitely kept that going because there were still people over there, Because every time I went into ESO to join a Risk game or an Arena game, which actually I recorded a game of Legacy Arena 2 days ago, which I will probably be publishing on Wednesday since we're streaming today. Yeah, what's going to happen to all those people? They're probably going to have to end up going to DE. Or we're going to have to find a way to start operating our Game Ranger then to get those organized games together. I'll probably contact Altair in the Discord and see what he thinks about the whole thing. Because he's probably going to have us going into overdrive doing Risk game after Risk game if nobody wants to get Game Ranger or anything. Basically, yeah. It is what it is. We'll have to move on and find a way to keep getting these matches done as much as possible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I guess it's not too bad because at least, we have Game Ranger, we have Radman. So it's not like they're saying multiplayer will no longer ever be played on this ever again. It's just that they won't be played the official way, right? Yeah. Similar to how the old Age of Conquerors for AoE2 is still played on Voobly as well as Game Ranger, so I guess AoE 3 Complete Collection will sort of be moving down that route now. And thankfully, the Steam version of AoE 3 is exactly the same as the disc version, in that they can both use Game Ranger together. So that part was at least done pretty well, Because that could have been a serious issue too. Imagine if AoE 3 Complete Collection could only be played through its ESO, and you didn't have game range with support and all that you did from the disc version. That would have been pretty sad, you know. But thankfully we got that, and it's not going to be as bad, basically, you know. Also, what does that mean for the Wars of Liberty team? Does that mean that they're eventually going to make a push into Definitive Edition to keep their fan base growing, or are they mostly going to focus on getting people who already own the game to, you know, get it, basically, get the mod? Yeah, that's a good big question as well, basically. Yep, Revnak just put the announcement on the House of the Train Post Discord server where I originally read it, so he's getting the word out there too, basically. Which is good, you know. We should probably let as many people know this as possible, so if anybody has to download Game Ranger in the next month, they should get that going now and figure out how to get it working and everything, because they're going to need that to do their Asian Dynasties, War Chiefs, and vanilla games going forward, it looks like. Yeah. I think I'm about halfway through the Discord server sharing at this point. Should be done pretty soon, and then we can get into some game castings after reading that unfortunate story. Yeah. Alright. Put it on here. Usually put it there, right? Yep. Just say I'm live. Pretty simple. Pretty short and sweet there. Alright, and these guys, yep. I think that's second to last server, am live. There. And that's the last server I think I have to do right over here. Yeah, do this one. Yep. Alright, I think I got everything. Got everything going. Yeah. Any comments, by the way, about what's happened to the Legacy game? Anyone still playing on the Legacy game for either Wars of Liberty or just Asian Dynasties matches? Who's directly affected by that? That it's going to begin, the multiplayer servers are going to begin shut down on October 30th for complete collection. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty traumatic event for a lot of the AoE 3 community, because unfortunately, you know, I think if you're gringo or European or whatever, and you have some decent, like a decent 9-to-5 job, it pays well, and has a decent computer, it probably isn't going to affect a whole lot of people because they'll just buy a DE or whatever. But for people that can't run the new game and don't know about Game Ranger and stuff, that might cause a disruption. I don't know how big, but it might. It might. So how many games do we have to cast today? So we have about, let me see. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I just want to see, like, look and hear what recordings I actually have and organize it a bit. Let me see. Let me check my record games and see what we've already watched together. So we have already watched Close Germany. So, alright. Just so I know, because it looks like some of these newer ones HVNY sent me did come from October 1st, which was last Tuesday. I just want to make sure we don't have any dupes. Don't want to get duped doing the dupes. No. That wouldn't be cool. Alright, so I think the new game starts from about here. Or, yeah, about here. Okay. So I think I know where to start from. So we got 1. We got 2, We got 3. We got 4. We got 5. And we got a 6th one. And here's the big stack. 7. And we got an 8th one. And we also have a 9th one. And a 10th one. And we also have an 11th one too. And we got 12, 13, 14. Got 3 of those. And we got whatever ones, 15, 16, 17. These are a lot of games, by the way, so should have a fun stream today doing all these. Yeah. And where are we at? I think 18, 19, and 20. Yep. 21 and 22. It's 22 so far. Pretty good stack to start with. Get any more, maybe we can do even more. Who knows? I can probably keep casting until 3 in the morning if I have to. Could push it to 4. Who knows? Maybe I'm up for the task. Maybe. Who knows at this point? I know you definitely like huge, giant casted game streams usually, so that's what I like to do myself. It's pretty fun. Get to cover a whole lot of stuff usually. So this should be pretty interesting. So I'm going to have to copy all these. And then I'm going to paste them into here, the DE save game folder. Then we can start running through these, I think, right now, because we're 12 minutes into the stream, right? Yeah, so we may as well get started now. Alright, so I'm going to cancel, and then I'm going to load in again, and you should see a whole collection of stuff here. So where do we start? I'd rather just look at it at the top and go that way, honestly. So it looks like the first one we're doing is actually not a Empire Wars or a Deathmatch. It's actually a Supremacy. So I said and more for a reason, because there might actually be more than Deathmatch and the Empire's Wars today. So Supremacy should be a good start. Hopefully it doesn't outsync. That's always sad when that happens, right? Yeah, kind of is. Okay, so we got a team with Germany and the British. I'm assuming Aaliyah is the British from the letters there and the font and everything. And then the opponents will be the Ottomans and the Aztecs. Aztecs are called blue oranges. How can an orange be blue? It's literally orange. It's an orange. It's an orange is orange, so it has to be orange, right? It literally says orange in the name. How can it be blue? It should be called a blue then. Not an orange, it should be called a blue. And blue is, he's not even blue, he's purple. So maybe it should just be called a purple. Instead of an orange, be called a purple. Purple nurple, for all we know. Yeah. So anyways, map. The thing you're going to want to note about this map is basically there's a lot of swampland on this map. You know, it's pretty swampy overall, and indeed the trade route itself goes through a bit of the swamp as well. Of course, you will not actually be able to construct any buildings in the swamp because, well, your foundation is going to be very weak if you build it in this muddy structure here. And as you can see from these wonderful gazelles, they can indeed walk through the swamp, so you can as well, which is good, you know. Otherwise, you'd have to traverse all this in a boat, which would not be fun, you know. It'd practically be a water map at that point. So, yeah, no water on this map, no fishing, just very nasty swamp water that you have to walk through, basically. So, let's get started. Alright, so on this side, we got I Am Rake running Germany, and we got Aaliyah running British, you know. It's been a while since we've seen Aaliyah running anything else other than the Germans lately, so that's kind of surprising, you know. It's a good team makeup, I think, you know, having a Germany and a British, you know. The British and the Germans can get some pretty strong economies, respectively. Germany through the settler wagons, and British through the mayor house boom. So those both can be pretty solid. However, on the other side, we got a very strong, potentially aggressive duo here. We got the Ottomans and the Aztecs, you know. Aztecs can pull off a pretty nasty H2 rush from their war HUD. And then, of course, Ottomans can come in, too, with Janissary Abbas and facilitate that as well. So, it's really going to be seeing what sort of strategy Ottomans and Aztecs end up employing here. You know, they can either go for the aggro route, or they could potentially go more the FF route, with Ottomans relying on their Royal Decree and Aztecs relying on their H3 shipments of Jag Knights and Arrow Knights and so forth. Really depends on how they want to play this, really. We already see a community plaza for Aztecs. This is probably going to be your most important building if you're Aztecs. You know, these warrior priests have quite a bit of strong weight on this building, with weight meaning basically how strong the effect from the community plaza is while the warrior priest is down on it, basically. You know, regular villages have their own weight in making the community plaza ability work stronger, whereas the warrior priest has a much stronger effect, basically. And the other thing, too, of course, is the warrior priest is not a villager, so it can't actually gather anything. You want your villagers actually doing villager stuff like hunting meat and mining and tree chopping, basically. Yeah. Looks like Ottomans have a deck. Let's check that one out. Yeah, this does look like, okay. I'm just looking at this, and I think I know what we're going to get out of Ottomans. This is going to be a FF/FI Safahi deck. Yeah. Notice all of the Safahi shipments, including infinite shipments. This is totally going to be geared towards going Safahi. You even have cavalry combat, you got the Royal Decree, you got lots and lots of Safahi shipments. This is totally going to be a Safahi-based build. Though they do have some H2 defense with Jans and Delis if they need it, but mostly this is going to be Safahi. And I think as a second extension, probably there's going to be a lot of Nizams as well, since we do see the infinite shipment, the Royal Decree to actually let you train them, as well as a lot of upgrade cards for the Nizams, you know. This card basically makes Nizams cheaper. This one gives them stats, this one gives them stats, and this one gives them stats. So basically going down the route of probably Nizam and Safahi, if possible. Yeah. Going up with the Quartermaster for 400 wood. When I respawn, let's try to take that. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. So what are they trying to take exactly? Trying to get a treasure, perhaps? Oh, maybe this trade route? Who knows what they're going after. I know the Ottomans are trying to get a treasure over here of about 80 coin. That's pretty big, you know. That can totally go towards an FF. So your villages don't have to be mined as much. And what are Aztecs doing in relation to all this? Are they going to... Well, they are getting hunting dogs now, by the way. So they're going to be getting a little bit better of hunting right now. They are going to be going... Well, it looks very aggressive, I would say. Yeah, there's a lot of aggro here. You know, you got 2 Antonin shipments. You got the Javelineers. You got the Pumas. You got... This is looking very aggressive. So maybe they either go aggressive or they could potentially hold back and go for the Jag shipments later on. And potentially some of these support cards here. You know, they do have all the Knight combat cards as well. And do they have any infinite shipments? No, besides the coins, so they don't have any like late game shipments here that are infinite. Just to keep note of that. Yeah, Ottomans definitely want to make sure they can control this trade route as much as possible. Oh, looks like they were able to support the Traveler there, putting down a war HUD of the Aztecs. Probably mainly for defensive purposes, but this may be the staging ground for an attack on the British and Germans. Ottomans are... Oh, they're putting the barracks down as well, so this might be a rush potentially. Yeah, or at least a partial rush. Might be semi-FF. Not 100% sure yet. They are going to start to ship about 5 Coyote Runners to this war HUD, presumably, as well as queuing them up there. So this is looking like a raid. You know, they're going to try to raid as many villas as possible. Double Jan. Double Jan, yep, double barracks. Aaliyah's scouting is really good here, spotting that right away. I think in this case, Aaliyah's probably going to go Longbowman, perhaps. But he does have to be careful of the Coyote Prom, so maybe he could potentially go double barracks Musketeer and try to, you know, deal with that, basically. Because I think if Germany really needed to add crossbowmen, they could, or they could FF and get skirms. Really depends. And by the way, what are they running? So British are actually starting to do the Royal Decree now. The Glorious Revolution. Do they have any... Oh, they went Greenwich time too. So this is actually going to help a lot with technology and age up time, I think. So that's going to be pretty powerful. It looks like they're actually going to use that one trading post with the Greenwich time to actually reach age 3 quicker instead of going for age 2 army. Taking ages to get 100 coin, yeah, because you only have 4 villagers mining it. You need probably like 5 or 6 at least to get up there. Aging up with the Mohawk Statesman, this will be really good for fending off the Coyote Runners. And I'm imagining they're probably going to want to ship those Falconets in right away to deal with the Jans as well. But they do need Germany backing them up, which looks like he's doing Pikemen now, which is a great defense against the Coyote Prom. And what is Germany doing? Germany is running a sort of a more mercenary deck, I think. You know, you got mercenary camps, you got the Witch Hammer. So a very saloon/tavern center deck, I think. Yeah. So here the attack begins. Settlers will be lost, about 2 of them at least. Well, this one I think is going to be lost, and nope. This one somehow survived by a thread. Almost 3. Man, he could have gone that one, too. Looks like the Antons are trying to get as much... Oh, then they're going to back up right into the Jans, and Ulans will not be able to pursue that. Oh, another villager was indeed shot. Careful. He has to be very careful indeed. This is a big army of Jans here. And they're also shipped in about 3 delis as well. Then you got this other threat from the Coyote Runners and Antonans. I think from here, Aaliyah tries to go 2 Falcons and maybe some musket defense or something. Who knows, you know, it's Aaliyah. He could do just about anything under the sun, you know. He is getting his church down, so I'm presuming he's probably going to get the Black Watch. And maybe the Rangers as well here. Sending. Yeah, it looks like he's working on that right now. Unfortunately, Tomahawks can't go in for much of a defense because the Antonans are basically chum blocking them from really going in much further without taking serious damage. Delis are going to lead the frontal charge into Germany. Antonans coming from behind. Looks like Aztecs are mostly going to be the anti-infantry ally, and Ottomans are mostly going to be the anti-cav ally, you know. There's little mixes here and there of, like, shock units, really. Another chance for the Tomahawks to get some clean snipes there, some slingers, but here comes the Black Watch. These infamous Highlanders with their really strong stats here. And then they'll be joined by the Minutemen. Coyote Runners will be melted by these Highlanders, and I think with the help of the Tomahawks and the Minutemen, they probably should be able to take out the Antonans then. A very good defense here by Aaliyah, basically tricking them into assaulting, because now they're going to lose. Well, the Aztecs lost their whole army, and it's likely most, if not all, of this Ottoman Janissary push will be lost as well. Yeah. They will be snared down by Ulans, which makes that ever more likely. Get those Janissaries out there, man. I think the siege is over for now. Yep, finish those ones off too. That will hurt the Ottomans even more. Good. Yeah, that was a really strong Aaliyah play right there, and just going Royal Decree and tricking them out, you know, making them think they were defenseless, and then they just come surprise with a bunch of mercenaries, and it's kind of over at that point, right? Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So basically, oh wow, we got the Jag Warriors, or the Jag Knights, whatever you call them, in stealth mode. Yeah, very interesting. So maybe he's thinking he's going to ambush Aaliyah somehow with these. We'll see. We'll see. Is the hero there? The hero is not there, so it's totally possible they might get flanked by these Jag Knights. But they'll have to do it very carefully, though. Shipping in more Antonins. As for Ottomans, where are Ottomans doing? So Ottomans are basically racking up a bunch of coin. Does this mean Abyss Gunners, potentially? Or what is that? What does that signify? Because he's probably thinking, what are we going to do about those Highlander problems, you know? As well as the Tomahawks to a lesser extent. Are they going to want to go Abascar and just blast their way through all that? I'm not too sure. Well, they're actually starting to go for advanced arsenal right now. So it very well could be an Abyss push here, you know? If you get the arsenal in Age 2, that means you can get your counter-infantry rifling earlier, which adds another anti-heavy multiplier to the Abyss Gunners, which would be a pretty strong play. Or he could just be upgrading his Janissaries with those arsenal techs as well, since a lot of them do indeed help your heavy range infantry. It really depends, though. We'll have to see what the Ottoman plan is exactly. Man's got no food, though, because he committed it to that Janissary push, which is kind of unfortunate. You know, maybe he should have brought 600 food or something if he knew that was a possibility. But I don't think you can always predict that, you know. Yeah. Probably want slots for the Safahi and everything, too. Like, how's that going to happen if he doesn't even have enough food for H3 right now? Is going with a stable. A stable, very interesting. Are we gonna see Safahi still, or is that ship sailed at this point? I don't know exactly. We'll have to see, though. And do we see a switch in any other units here? We do see the Rangers from the Royal Decree as well. And I'm presuming we're gonna probably see cannons from them as well. Only seems fitting at this point. Yep, 2 Falcons. Called it. Aztecs get an HP boost to their Coyote runners as well. Basically this card over here, Coyote Tactics, is a pretty good HP and speed boost for them. Yep, so here comes the push. We see Jans, Coyote runners, and Antonins going for an attack. They're gonna try to pick off these Minutemen first, since they go down in one hit, and then they're gonna try to build some sort of push. Unfortunately, they're gonna find themselves in a pickle once the cannons get involved. Coyote runners connecting with the wrong stuff, I think. Yeah, they're gonna want to at least connect with these Ulans before they go after those Highlanders. Yeah. Moving in slow motion, you might want to micro that a bit better there. Yeah, get them into melee. Just cut through those Ulans, you know. Preserve your army as much as you can and do as much damage. Yep, they do have the infinite coin shipment, so they can reach H3 whenever they're ready to, which might be soon. They might want to do that, so they can get some Jag Knights or something, which is probably going to be a lot more useful here, just because of the heavy infantry prom and the cavalry prom from Germany. Are Ottomans still going H3? Yep, they will be going right now, and probably will get those Falcons of their own, just to counteract what the British are doing. And that could totally determine how this match goes from here, you know. If they can take out the British Falcons, maybe it's a bit more even. If not, that's a serious problem. Coyote runners barely even connecting, and only getting like, what was it, like 1 or 2 hits out of that can? I think some of this damage was from the previous skirmish, yeah. So, barely even a scratch. Is going into training of Delhi right now. Doesn't have any upgrades on him yet since he just got to age 3. Has enough food for a Safayi shipment. But is that what he's going to go for? That's the question to be seen. Antonin's getting totally blasted by Falcons. Yeah, Safahi it is. 5 Safahi. Those things can change games, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if that works, and it probably is going to have enough food for another Safari shipment at this point. You know, it could go infinite 3. Potentially. Yeah. Might want to stack them a little bit there. He's going to have to break through that line of Highlanders, which could be a bit daunting considering how strong they are. You know, 40% hack armor. That's going to be a hard sell, even for a Safari to get through. Fox blasting their way through that TP line there, hurting the Ottoman shipping timing. Yep, perfect. Yep. Notice how exposed these villages are down here. Normally with the Germany, you would see them running around the whole map with their Yuans looking for stuff like this. I mean, maybe if you're Ottomans right now, you should be thinking, like, what happens if Germany goes into raiding mode? That could actually be a game over for me. Maybe I should get, like, a tower or something at least and deal with that possibility. Or maybe they're so far gone, considering their previous loss, they're not even worried about that at this point. Who knows at this point what route they're going down, you know, mentally thinking of all that. It's like playing chess. It's your mental state as well, you know, just thinking inside your opponent's brain and just thinking what they're thinking, you know, what their next step is going to be, you know what I mean? Are they more of an aggressive player that's going to try to hit you in all those directions, or are they kind of the big army player that likes to mass huge armies and send them flying at you, straight at your base, you know? Yep, who knows? Good. Wow, this might connect. This might connect. Does it connect? It disconnects. It's disconnecting. Please reconnect. They connected the one. They took it out. But the other one has too much HP. Yo, they took out the other one. Alright. That's the only saving grace we've seen from this team in a while. But is it enough to deal with the rest of the stuff in their base? You know, the Highlanders have some pretty tough firepower themselves. 63 range attack. Way more than Imperial Musketeer even. Is shipping about 3 Safahis, but at this point, you know, is that even what you want, or do you want like some sort of artillery defense? Do I have any coin though, you know what I mean? And you barely have any wood, so it's not like you can just get a stack of like Jans and Azaps or anything, so I mean, not looking good in that sense. Trying to use some of the Anton slingers to take out some of the softer targets and maybe defend their allies' base. Yep, here come the Safahis as well as the Delis over here. And they are going to be going head on in because there's nothing else to do at this point. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing, but then the war wagons show up and it's looking impossible now. Yeah, the war wagons, that's one way down this thing. Yep, Coyote Runners, totally the wrong play there at this point, you know. You really should just be spamming Anton at this point, because there's really not much else you can do here. Going for the Coyote Runners is like a joke when you consider the anti-cav potential of those Blackwatch Highlanders, especially the war wagons popping up in the back. Now I was starting to queue up Jans, but it's way too late, and it's really not looking too good at all, really, you know? Really not good at all. Leo XD. Yeah, tell me about it, you know? It's not the situation you want to be as Team Aztec and Ottomans, you know what I mean? When you're... Yeah, overall, that was just a really good sneaky play by Leah and his ally. They sort of played like the helpless, feeble old people, basically, with no army, and then they went like Kung Fu Kachu on them with the royal decrees from the British. Again, those Highlanders out really fast and cleaning up house, really, with some good micro. Yeah, and I mean, of course, British are always going to have the best eco score in a game because of their manor house boom. You know, Ottomans and Aztecs were kind of on par with each other as a team, and just under Leah, and then Germany, you know, they were technically receiving a lot of pressure there, so I can sort of get why they were a little low compared to the others. 186 kills with like 28 Blackwatch. This is very exceptional. This is very exceptional indeed. You know what I mean? Look at how much kill potential this is. And these two didn't even add up to that. Not even slightly. And Germany at that point mostly got to backseat that whole thing. Leo was doing the driving force at that point, and he could rest easy. If we look at like military unit population, yeah, Leah's clearly the favorite here. But know what happens when we go to like military unit count. Then he sort of doesn't look so good. But when we factor in military unit population and the fact that Highlanders are a 2-pop unit, yeah, then he looks much better. That's why military unit population graphs are so important in these games, whether they're tournament or ranked. It's just a good thing to know. You know what I mean? Also, yep, playing British, you're always going to have a big leap in this area as well. Quite good. And now we can go into our second game now. 1v1 Mexico versus Ethiopia. That's a matchup we don't see every day. Alright, so what's the map? What's the verdict? So it looks like... So why is there two people here? So is it going to be a 2v1 or something? Or is Don Stowe just spectating? Backseating in the whole experience? I don't know, actually. We'll see, though. We'll see. It's one of my favorite maps. Either you could call it Saguenay, you might know it as Hudson Bay as well on AOE3 Complete Collection, which is unfortunately going away, October 30th for those that haven't bought it yet. Too sad, but what can you do? At least we can still enjoy that map on here, or you can enjoy it, if you already own the game on Game Ranger or Radman, right? So keep the dream alive of Wars of Liberty and Napoleonic era. The only place you'll be able to play those, so yeah. Let's get on to this game, though, and see what happens to Don Stowe. Does he just resign? Yep, yeah, he's just backseeing and watching. He's specking. Just deleted all his stuff after getting his crates. He's a good chap. This will be Deathmatch. I see the 20k resources on everybody's side, so let's get there and see who ends up winning this one, I know Tom Nunez pretty well at this point, and I know that he really likes to go with the super big early rushes, you know what I mean? It's kind of strange seeing Aaliyah in the Mexico seat this time, Normally we see Tom Nunez as the Mexico pusher, but no, now this time he has turned into the Juanito, and Tom Nunez has turned into the Ethiopian at this point, so yeah. Should be interesting. So here comes some palaces. We also see some war camps coming up, making good use of all these builders here to basically get a good base going. Note that when you're playing Ethiopians, you get about 20k of the influence resource as well, so you can throw that into units from your palace pretty quickly. It's going to start out with some champion levy gunners here, which you can pay for using the influence resource. These levy gunners looking pretty good here, I mean, they got really good anti-siege unit attack, good anti-artillery attack, and then some Sebastopols coming out as well. Look at how monstrous these mortars look. Things are humongous. Things are gigantic at this point. And they're going to be doing a lot of damage, both in terms of flying units and from siege. Looks like some Suatreros for Aaliyah. Just a little bit of a push right now, nothing too crazy. And it looks like Tom Nunez is just going to keep queuing up Sebastopol after Sebastopol. And what is he going to match that up with? Is he going to go for Javelin Riders, or is he going to add in Neftanyas? What is his game plan there? So he does have the Neftanyas right now. These nice skirmishers here. Also made some culverins from one of his palaces that you can also get as Ethiopians from your palace for your influence. And here's some Gasconias as well. So a pretty good mix. Also some Chotel warriors. And at this point, Aaliyah's just going to go in with a bunch of coves, mortars, and horse arty. and back it up with some Apache cavalry. And what's that? A couple of free trackers. So using the map's natives as well. I like to see that. Here's some of the vigilantes as well. Some of these Mexican skirms. As well as some dragoons. Let's see who wins the artillery. Looks like Ethiopia's kind of getting destroyed there. You know, it's going to have to hope that these Italian bombards here, shipped from the home city, does the job here. I don't know if it is, you know, I still see culverins alive over there. And yeah, well, looks like those are starting to get slowly destroyed. Yep, looks like it's taken care of pretty quickly there. All it remains really is that stack of Sevastopol's and that one remaining cove. Cove has been knocked out. And Leah still has the cove, so I mean, you're gonna want to take that out with something, or else you're gonna lose your whole group of the Sevastopol's if you don't take this guy out. This guy with 120 HP left, or you can run too. You can run and leave. Just make sure this thing goes down. He's planting. Oh wow, Lee is planting the inspiring flag as well. This thing will certainly boost his army quite well. Looks like we got some champion Berber camel riders here, some Gascanias, Netanyas. Nice line of Ethiopian infantry trying to hold back there. But here comes the Mexican heavy cannons up. These things will cut a pretty big hole in that line of infantry. Camel riders looking to attack something, but it looks like they're mostly just taking bullets from these dragoons for the most part here. Also some Shinanka riders as well. We're also going to be hunting down those stinky camels. Looks like those are basically eliminated at this point. Yeah, this is going to be hard though for Aliyah. Does he have any mortars? Yeah, he's going to have to siege his way through this big giant monstrosity of a base with all these palaces and guard towers here. This is not going to be fun. See if he can do it though. Can at least use the heavy cannons, I think, to help in the siege there. And adds in more culverins too to basically deny these Sevastopol for the clean shot on those heavy cannons, which is pretty huge. Starts pushing out with the Gascanias to try to start attacking on the infantry and cav. Unfortunately, these are skirms, so their multipliers will have a big influence here and wipe out most of those Gascanias, leaving only the Netanyas untouched. Looks like Ethiopian culverins will be coming out to try and intercept the Mexican ones. Some Sevastopols over here too, trying to shell up the cavalry right now. And it looks like a looks like a success, I think, if you're Leo. Yeah. Nothing really stopping that line of artillery we see down there with the Colts and the heavy cannons. That whole line is just pushing forward without resistance. And yeah, it doesn't look good. Ethiopia kind of ran out of food at that point, you know what I mean? Whereas Mexico, they were eating plenty of burritos and tacos and tostadas still, so they were doing quite well in that. And if we look at like post-game, yeah, I mean, looks like Leah was just doing a bit more economy there. And in terms of military, Leah was arguably the better fighter with less units, you know what I mean? He made an army of mostly just artillery with a bit of light cav and skirmisher back, and then was able to do so much casualties because he was just able to snipe the Ethiopian artillery advantage away from him very quickly. If Ethiopia got to keep those little bombards and those Sevastopols, it could have been a very different situation, but with some careful sniping with the culverins, that was a basically total win for Aliyah there. Pretty much, yeah. Absolutely. Yep, so now we're going to be going on to game number 3. Let's go on to game number 3 now. It's called Record Game, copy 301. What's this? Doesn't even tell us what it is. Should be interesting though, I would think. So it will be a 1v1 deathmatch between Leia's Germany and Dawn Stowe's Germany. So Germany versus Germany. And what we know is about this map, basically this map does have a river crossing section to it. You do have some mills here that you could capture. I don't think it's going to be huge in deathmatch. What's the native profile? We got House of Vasa, and we got House of Jagalilan. So Cav Archers and Lancers here, and then here you got Lances and Skirms, basically. Alright, so this should be a pretty fun map. And what deck is Aaliyah running? Is he running a native deck here? He really likes his native decks lately with the Empire Wars. What does he do for deathmatch these days with Germany? Well, one thing he's doing is he's setting up his houses, getting a town center down, getting his church. You know, church is probably the most important building in deathmatch because it has a tech called mercantilism, which turns into 5 shipments, and thus allows you to send out shipment after shipment after shipment, basically. Yeah, quite powerful. Oh, interesting. He's getting the Explorer upgrade card, Bürgermeister, which will allow his Explorer to construct these TCs at sonic speed, basically. Very nice. Has some Ulons coming out. These are free Ulons from the cards he sent so far. He's going to start getting a native embassy there with the Prince Electors. I don't know which ally he ended up going with, but we'll see. Is shipping out the Winged Hussars too. Also made some priests and spies from the church. Mainly, I think, probably to harass whatever Dawn Stowe makes, probably there. Doesn't hurt to have a bit of healing there too. We'll see how this one turns out. Yep. Number of minutes, so I'm probably gonna have to go grab that pretty soon. But I guess I got a few more seconds. I want to talk mainly about what's going on at this native embassy site. I want to see what ally goes with here. I think this will be pretty huge. Right now, though, it looks like this Germany is forced to basically go with normal-ish units with pikes and mortars, and here's those Winged Hussars. He's doing some war wagons here. Just want to see before I go to pick up the delivery at the door what he's going to go for here and how that determines the rest of the match. Yeah, at the moment it looks like he's mainly just trying to keep this big stack of Dawn Stowe war wagons out of his base there. Yeah. Alright. Well, let me go get that delivery now and I'll come back and we can do the rest of this match since it looks like the war wagons are routing for a second. from here. Last we checked, Germany's war wagons from Don Stowe were retreating from the river. And we'll see what exactly Leah does with his what appeared to be a native base deck here against that. He seems to have all the usual cards from his Empire Wars deck, minus the Blood Brothers. He's got the Circle Army, he's got the one for the Infinite Habsburg Infantry, and has the one for the Prince Electors. It's still to be seen what he goes with exactly there, but we'll probably find out soon enough. Picking up Riding School now to just get these cavalry queues going a bit more quickly here. And we'll see here what exactly is happening. What's Don Stowe up to? He is getting some House of Vasa natives. Does he have Prince Electors? He does, but has not sent it yet. He still has 5 shipments queued at his home city. He will get the 2 factories. Yeah, here's the dilemma you run into with Germany. Since your cards deliver free Ulans, you can actually get bricked out of sending your cards if you don't have any pop space, which it looks like has happened with Don Stowe. He can ship the team cavalry attack and the Prince Electors since that does not give Ulans. Actually, he can send Winged Hussars since these are natives and don't cost any pop. Yeah, let's see what happens. He did set up some towers on his side of the river. He's trying to build this big phalanx here with the war wagons, and is just trying to hold off waves of what Aaliyah is sending at him from his side of the river here. Culverin's coming in the back, and Winged Hussars are going to be coming in the front. Looks like Aaliyah still has some pikemen left over from his initial defense there. These will be pretty key for dealing with his hand cavalry. Taking out a U1 here. And unfortunately, Don Stowe spread out his cav too far, and they were pretty quickly sliced through there. His forward settler was also taken out, probably because he grouped him up in the wrong area there. Pikemen are coming in forward here, as well as some mortars off to the side, and some culverins. And see here. Oh, look at this! How many villagers again taken out on this side? That was a pretty big blunder by Aaliyah there, because those villagers could have went into forward fortifications, and he's going to have to queue them up again if he's going to want to use them again. Yeah, looks like Aaliyah's sending a huge block of war wagons with some forward hand cav into the Don Stowe base, looking to do as much damage as possible. Factories would be an excellent target, probably the most primary target. Also, taking out settler wagons is another objective he'd like to reach. Taking out all villagers on this tin mine. It was almost finished, mind you. Culverin is also going to be attacked. Royal Arquebusiers are being taken out as they're being trained, since they're not trained to deal with hand cav as much as you would think. Being Royal Arquebusiers, they don't have that much royal training to deal with that. War wagons are going to be forced into a retreat behind the factory, and factory will be sniped by mortars. Yeah. Looks like the Circle Army card is starting to be activated by Aaliyah, as we see some Black Brunswickers coming to his side. And also, I'm assuming eventually some of the Saxon Cuirassiers as well, and the Habsburg mounted infantry too. Is trying to queue out a bunch of vills right now because his amount of bratwurst and pretzels is running low. You know, not a lot of food to work with here, and has to come to the occasion to fix that. Looks like also, basically, looks like Don Stowe's entire base is getting overrun at this time. His second factory is now in play, I think. His mill is also in play. All of these economic centers of the Don Stowe Germany are now starting to get targeted left and right. And all he can really do is try to send in all these German skirmishers and war wagons to try to clean up the mess, you know. Really, these pikemen should be aimed at the factory, because, you know, combat-wise, veteran pikes are not that great, but the 38 siege could be really handy for sniping this factory down. If you can take out 2 German factories, that's a huge economic advantage you have over your opponent in having 2 factories. But we'll see if that's Gonna continue there. And here comes the veteran line infantry. Were these indeed shipped from the home city, or were these trained? Well, it looks like they are probably trained from, I would assume, from the Prince Electors, because Leah normally decides to train the Habsburgs from his native embassy, typically. And I don't see the guard upgrade on them just yet. It says veteran right here. Oh, look at this. Look at what's going on. Don Stowe decided, you know what? While you're taking out my base, I'm going to take out your base. He's got war wagons, as well as various snap natives. You know, he's got some of the shock riders. He's got the Lipka Tektars. He's got winged hussars. He's got a lot of stuff here. This is a pretty big push over here. And he's basically going to have a foothold here on this river, and is going to try to defend this position as much as possible. He's going to basically try to shoot away as much of these pipes as possible. Taking out a drummer as well. It's pretty big. Where did he get the drummers from? Where did he get the drummers from? I'm not too sure. Oh, he must have allied with Hanover then, if he's getting drummers, because that's the only way he'd be able to train those, because they're a Hanover native. So the only way he did that is if his native embassy has the, Oh, okay. Question is, whose push was more effective? I think arguably Aaliyah's push was more effective, because he actually got to the heart of the Don Stowe base, and I don't even think the Don Stowe base is even here anymore. No, it's not. It's now the Aaliyah base. We see a town center here, a market, and our race and villagers eating his hunts. Is there any villagers left on Don Stowe? Yep, a couple of settler wagons here. Did he send his Germantown farmers? Yeah, so he actually can start to retrain more of these settler wagons from the mills. So as long as he has a mill, which we see here, villagers can indeed be recovered. More war wagons will be supplied from the stable, as well as natives from the site here. Can add some more Lipka Tatars as well, and try to go for some sort of a push over there. Basically. Trying to use as many of these war wagons as possible to try to take out the weaker infantry here. These war wagons pack quite a bit of a punch. I mean, they do 71 range attack. And these infantry, for the most part, have like 270 or so HP. These have about 300 HP. So yeah, in general, these war wagons can cut through their HP pretty good, especially when they're stacked like this. Looks like they're doing fairly okay with cutting through the Aaliyah line of infantry, but I'm assuming it will be resupplied, which could pose a serious issue. Looks like there are some landets here coming in from Don Stowe as well, from a shipment, I think. And these landets are going to be great for cutting through war wagons. Even with their hand armor here, these landets just have a really good hand attack. About 53 times 2, which is 106. Yep, they completely melted that line of war wagons. And the Don Stowe army is still alive, in fact. How's Aaliyah's resources doing? So he has about 1,000 coin, and he has 1,000 woods, but he doesn't have any food. These horse artillery will be hunted down now. They will be hunted down, in fact. And, what do you do from here if you're Don Stowe? Well, you probably ship some of the culverins and get some free Ulans. Any army is good army at this point. And just try to take out whatever is left of Aaliyah's villagers and keep that level of pretzel. You won! You won! Do we ever hear this from Aaliyah? Aaliyah always wins. How is this possible? Well, Don Stowe just happens to be a very strong deathmatch player, and that's how he was able to outsmart Aaliyah here. It's very rare you find someone that can take out Aaliyah in a deathmatch, and Don Stowe is just that fellow to do it. Yep, he actually had more resources. Military, way more effective. I mean, with even less army. Doing lines of war wagons just did very well for him. Absolutely very well for him. And though this inclusion of pikemen was a good last-minute defense at the start and maybe had a bit of help with the siege, War Wagon was the name of the game here, and it looks like Don Stowe was able to win it by doing that. Yeah, very good. Yeah, he was able to maintain the highest military population as well throughout the match, too, which I think was also a very big component of this as well. Very good work by Don Stowe. You know, it's very hard to get a win against Aaliyah, and he did it. Very good work on his part there. Very much so. Yep, and we will be going on to our game 4 now. Whatever that is, it's going to be another... It's going to be a deathmatch, 2 versus 2. Don Stowe is his iconic Sid the Dutch, and HVNY with Russia, going up against somebody as the British, and somebody going something else. We'll have to see right now who that is. I didn't even get to check the chat out yet since I picked up that delivery. How are you all doing, by the way? Pizza? Yeah, pizza actually, yeah. It's a pretty good one I get. It's got pepperoni, ham, bacon, pepper, onion, mushroom, sausage, and a jalapeno on it. It's like one of those Supremes type pizzas, but with even more stuff on it. It's one of the best items they have on their menu there, and I always get it. It's quite good, you know. And I'm definitely going to enjoy that after I'm done streaming, whenever that is. Yeah, most definitely. You should try it sometime. That's it. You might think that it's a lot of toppings, but it's just a really good combination. Onion, pepper, jalapeno, mushroom, pepperoni, ham, sausage, bacon. Best thing you'll ever have. It really is. And I've never really seen a pizza place put that combination of toppings on a pizza before, and it just really works really good. Yeah. So I'm getting back to the match here. Looks like we got a pretty good 2 versus 2 death match right now. On one side we got Russians and Dutch, and on the other side of the wall we got the Portuguese and the British. So all vanilla European civs here. And before we get started, we need to pay attention to this map here. This is a very special map for deathmatch that I've seen time and time again have so many weird effects, you know. The biggest thing you need to keep in mind is there's like 3 parts of this map, right? You got the middle piece, which is the biggest piece of land. Then you get these little sectors over here and one over here. They are guarded off by these rivers that have choke points to them. And often than not, I see people stack like 20 layers of wall all along this way here just to keep their opponent from abusing them. I bet we're going to see that today, but I could be wrong. We'll have to see how this one turns out, honestly. And I frankly want to see it right now, so we'll do that. Churches are the first thing to construct. Get your mercantilism, get your 5 free shipments. Well, they're not free. You have to pay, what is it, like 1,500 coin for it? But free enough. Free enough, you know. Normally it takes like a century to get 5 shipments in a normal game, so if you can get them that quick here, for me it's free. Yeah. Everybody's going to be queuing up villagers, trying to build town centers so they can queue up additional villagers, get houses, get some pop, making production buildings and start training stuff. Deathmatch, for all the resources you get at the start, is no walk in the park. It's one of the most combative modes you'll probably ever do. It's fighting right from the start of the game, you know. That's the same case in Age of Mythology where I've done Deathmatch. You're too slow, you're not getting your stuff together, man, you're going to get destroyed, you know, by a big early rush of lots of stuff constantly being compiled at you. It's no easy feat, honestly. It's not. And right now, we see Portugal going Cazador is their start. British have Dragoons here. They're pumping Dragoons out of here and here, so they're sending them in both pathways. Is that right? British will try to put a wall here. Russians will try to put a wall here to try to have some defense. Also a blockhouse, so maybe this is going to be an attack staging ground. Right from this area down at the British. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah. British Bullas warriors from the Mapuche settlement over here. These are basically a Dragoon with splash attack. Yeah. These guys actually show up in Wars of Liberty as well, but instead of having splash, they just do a lot of damage, even more than a standard Dragoon. Right now, they're trying to take out some of these building settlers over here, trying to put down blockhouses. Preventing one. Can they prevent this one? I don't think so. Might lose this nave site if he's not careful, because Unstoppable Streletsy is here, or Unstoppable Guard Streletsy is here, with an army of horse artilleries and cav archers. This big box of dragoons here. Look at this. This is the biggest box of dragoons you've seen in your life. It must be. Losing the Mapuche site is a pretty big loss, but fortunately on this side, the Portuguese ally here, the Last Thief, is going hard against the Dutch over here. Taking out village. Well, those are cav, I thought. Well, they're taking out villagers who are trying to put these towers down. Has some Black Riders from the Royal Decree of the Order Knights here. The tower still goes up, which is a bit obnoxious. You'd think that he would have been able to prevent this. Has an army of Ordnance Riflemen and Cazadors as skirms trying to hold off the Dutch over here. But is retreating back to the main parcel of land here. But there are Dawnstow towers set up over there as well, mind you. And looks like the British Dragoons going up against Unstoppable Streletsy, but Streletsy is too unstoppable to fall to any silly Dragoon. He's got anti-light cavalry multipliers for that matter, so if anybody's going to be falling, it's going to be those Dragoons. Longbowmen entering the fight. These things can be pretty dangerous in a deathmatch. Does he actually have siege archery? Yes, he does. He has Yeoman and siege archery. So looks like he could actually start causing some real havoc with those. Why is it lagging so hard, LOL? Well, you should stop trying to download photos of Las Bonitas Bonitas when you're playing Deathmatch, my friend. It's just not worth it, you know. Wait till after to do that. You know, there's a better time and place for those types of activities. Yeah, but anyways, Longbowmen will be doing a pretty good defense job here against these Unstoppable Streletsys. No matter how unstoppable they are, you know, those Longbowmen can hit them from a mile away with those big giant pieces of wood that they fire arrows from. Don't know how they do it, but they do it. They do it quite well. Culverins, well, these are thankfully allies here, and Culverins, I think, are going to try to make a snipe at these heavy cannons from Dutch. That would probably be a good move. Yep, oh wow, they expose themselves there. They're going to be taken out quite quickly there. And it looks like we got Redcoats, Dragoons, basically all vying here to make a push on this side and try to crush their army formation. Looks like this army of Unstoppable Streletsys had to retreat very quickly, because if they went any more forward, they would have been surrounded, you know. One thing you'll know in any sort of like war game or RTSs, do not push your army forward when you're going to be surrounded, because, you know, you're going to lose that army a lot quicker that way. It's just usually not worth it unless they have really good stats, you know. And Unstoppable Streletsy, he's not unstoppable because of his stats, but by his numbers, you know. Unstoppable Streletsy always comes in 10 unless you build him from the fort, so he's always got company to help him. The question is that enough to deal with this big army of Portuguese and British stuff here? You know, the British army and the Portuguese units can be pretty strong and daunting to deal with. So we'll see if that holds for very long. You might want to get this wall finished here if you're British, just in case Russia has any plans of throwing some chicks over there, which could be a pretty good sneaky maneuver over there. And whose artillery is this? These are British. Okay. And these will basically be trying to force back some of the more frontal lines of the Russians and Dutch over here. Horse artillery trying to stay behind the foundry as best as possible and get their meaty target, which is the Unstoppable Streletsy there. Cazadors trying to be the front defense as well. Organ guns also being thrown in. But the problem is you got the Culverins still there. Organ guns, you know, you don't want these guys getting completely shelled out by the Coles. That would just be a travesty. You don't want that happening. Definitely not. And what else we got here? Oh, we got a Donstow flanking tactic. We can see Stadlock halberdiers, and we see veteran pikes ready to go on the siege on this side. That should be quite good. Yep, so we see culverins being queued up from these foundries here. And do we see any sort of... yeah, we see a really good defense so far by the Brits and the Portuguese here. Unstoppable Streletsy is retreating, you know, under constant pressure by these King's Lifeguard Hussars, which are making them run for their very lives, actually. So that's going quite good. The Cossacks are not going to be enough to defend them. Just throwing in some Cav Archers as well for a bit of anti-cav. Unstoppable Streletsy's holding the line pretty well, but that's mostly due to recruits being mixed in with their bayonets. Looks like they will actually be able to take out a Cav Archer there too. And what else do we got here? We got Cazadors coming over here basically. Yeah, yep, Halberdiers are going to have to retreat for the most part. And what's going on with those pole arms here? It looks like they sort of moved back to that side and we just see... Oh, it looks like they did... No, they didn't siege that. There was a treasure in the way there, so they were able to... Okay, so we see Donstow doing a bit of raiding over here, if you can call it that, and taking out some skirms on that side. Forcing the Black Riders to be forced over here to start defending against that. And, oh, some of those Mapuche natives from the Portuguese. Those will be very strong in this skirmish. I think we could put them onto these culls and help out with that, honestly. That'd be a good use for them. Looks like that line of culls is going to be eliminated. I don't know. I mean, he's going to have to target that a bit better, I think. We'll see. Force artillery trying to blast back all those Cossacks. Mostly successful since they are Cossacks and pretty low HP. Ordnance pikemen being used instead of helms because they're quite cheap on the resources. Which reminds me, ooh, wow, look at the lack of food and wood there. It's mostly relying on unit preservation right now. Loses too many units and that could be a defeat, you know. Mostly relying on infinite shipments of organ guns to get some good clean kills there, I think. While the food slowly recovers. What's this? What is wrong with this pikeman? What is he doing? Get this man some help. He's fighting somebody that isn't even there. Get the man some help. He needs it. Call the doctor. Doesn't. Now, hey, the Dutch, they treated his illness very quickly there. The most serious way. That's all I can say. But, pikemen are going to take out this Cossack. And, well, what's going on here? We see Dutch skirmishers, mostly the army here with some artillery support. Cossacks also coming in to support as well. Unstoppable Streletsy is walking through the water and going after this vulnerable... Ooh, look at this! They left this wide open here. Unstoppable Streletsy could be very unstoppable and go right for this area. He could. Is he going to do it? Is he unstoppable enough to walk through these towers and go after the civilians? We'll see. Cossacks going to get their first clean attack with their cold steel blades. We'll see the first casualty here in the right now. Yep. As well as another one. Yeah. Yep. This is going to hurt pretty bad for British, you know, and where are they even added resources? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, they're kind of burned through a lot of food just to maintain the status quo of musketeers. So this could be pretty big. Also, Portugal's losing some vills too that were mining over here. So this might be a clear weakness in their defense. It might have cost them the match. He's also going to take out another vill who happened to be at that farm. Yep, and they're all going to pour in now. Both Russians and Dutch are going to pour in and do as much havoc as they can. Taking out a building as well and trying to go after the culls because the culls are such a high value unit here. he can take out Coves, he might not be able to recover their numbers. And that could be serious. Look, driving in even deeper. Going to this set of farms now. These villages are actually going to retreat. And go to... Well, they shouldn't go to this mine because that thing's almost done. But what do they do without getting taken out? I don't know what they do. Well, that's the thing. Well, it looks like British just get a big stack of horse guns and hope that they can blast this push out. Blast this whole attack out of here. Looks like, in terms of getting out the unstoppable Stiletzis, they'll be pretty successful, I think. Yeah, especially with the Hussars sort of distracting them a bit there. I think they might have survived just a bit longer there. Yeah, it seems like it. And then, they will be able to force their way out of here to get rid of this, mortar here. And then they'll be able to... Alright. So they aren't going to try to risk it too much, because if they lose these, this is the end of the match right now with the British. As for Portugal, they got all the money in the world, but they can't feed their people to sign up for the army. So it's like, yeah, they can go artillery spam until the cows come home, but they're not getting any infantry, or at least not the numbers to keep it sustainable. I mean, yeah, it's like an 80 cost skirmisher, which is pretty expensive, Not cheap. It's not cheap to pay for, so you definitely don't want to lose that. In fact, British actually resigned knowing their lack of resources. It's going to be a cause for concern here. Leaving the Portuguese to go for their own defense, Mind if organ guns trying to defend with the Cazadores, but they will be pushed back by Dutch John Stowe horse artillery. And eventually, I think it's just going to be too overwhelming for them, We see the Ordnance Pikemen trying... Oh, wow. This was not good. The factory is on this side of the map where the Russians are coming in. That is very poor, They're going to try to defend against these Russians here. All the while, Dutch are waiting up here to come in too from this side. Looks like they sent in the Blue Guards as well. Some of these very powerful Dutch musketeers. Yeah, so this is not looking very good at all, honestly, So, yeah, this push is looking like it's going to be a pretty quick win for this team. GG. Good try there, Good try at the start trying to push right for Dutch, but it sort of fell apart and they started losing their defense, That's what makes these death matches so eventful is there's so much action, so much combat. It's not even funny. Constant battle all the time. And let's look at I just was checking it. Oh, it's the red coat. Hola, gringuito bonito. Hola, the red coat bonito. We're just going over the post game of game number 4. And resource-wise, yeah, British just... This is kind of funny seeing the British in this predicament, because don't they usually have like the best boomy economy ever and have no problem getting vills in like a deathmatch? How did they end up on the short end of the stick? I get it with the Dutch because of the banks, but well, I mean Portugal too is pretty good for getting the vills out there because of the volume of TCs, but how do you let Russia get ahead of you? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, in terms of like fighting performance, Don Stowe really showed his prowess again here. British, for all the lack of eco they had, they were able to keep some good military performance as well. And Portugal and Russia were sort of on the same playing field there for the most part. Let's look at like military unit pop and sort of see, yep, it's like Don Stowe, kind of similar in the 1v1, just doing really well here. You know what I mean? It looked like JSH was doing sort of the same. And they sort of started dipping, while these two sort of stayed static the whole time. You know what I mean? It's not important to really pay attention to this area, because this is when you get all the 20k resources at the start, and then you see at the end, if it stays sort of the same like that, as it starts burning out of control. You know what I mean? As people have to start scrambling for new res, whether it's farming or mining or hunting. Yeah, resource gathering's quite important overall in Deathmatch. You don't think it is because you start out with a lot of stuff. But don't be fooled, The res you get along the way after that initial 20k is huge. It determines how that match turns out, really. Yeah. So now we will see a 2v2 deathmatch on Mongolia. We see a Dutch HVNY Don Stowe with, is that Russia? Okay, so Don Stowe and Aaliyah decided to flip their civs. They're facing up against the same opponents, this time with Ottomans and British. And this should be a little bit different from what we saw last time. It's a very different map, This is one of the most open maps in Supremacy, I would think, in Deathmatch, Very wide open, If you want to wall, you're going to have to really wall, Your trade route's all the way up here at the tippy top in the grass area. So if you want some XP to get some more shipments out quickly, you're going to have to come up here. In terms of natives, you got the Shaolin, which is actually starting to already be captured by the Ottomans. And you got the Tengri, which are, your everyday Mongols, cav archers. So this should be a really good 2v2 deathmatch. Churches will be coming up first, Minutemen will be called, and they will be running as fast as they can to the enemy side there to cause as much havoc and harassment as possible. Though when they do arrive there, they'll probably be down to 1 HP at that point, so a villager simply blowing on their hat will be enough to knock them off their feet, probably. Minutemen find each other and will duke it out here, shot for shot. Whose will win? The world may never know. Well, looks like probably Josh's will, because they seem to have the better numbers here. Yep, they'll probably 2 survivors, and they can go on to maybe die to this blockhouse, because this is literally the Russians right here. Yeah. All that fighting for nothing just to get taken out by a big, beefy cannonball from a blockhouse. What a sad way to go. Oh, well, yep. Didn't I say that? A big cannonball was going to just end them instantly? They did. And we see recruits coming out as the starting army here for Don Stowe. Good old ruskets, they are muskets, but they're ruskets, so they're not your everyday muskets. They're slightly weaker, but also slightly cheaper. So they can be called out for probably a little bit longer, you know what I mean? And it looks like another Dragoon start for British this time. Adding in some Hussars as well. But Hussars are unfortunately finding their way connecting with the recruits and not the unstoppable Strelitzers. Outpost construction is pretty key, and it looks like Josh sort of stopped building this one, giving Don Stowe a slightly easier time going in for the attack. We see the Ottoman cav archers going pew, 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 with their bows and arrows, basically, taking out Vil after Vil. Here, Stowe, never mind, you busy? Oh, he's very busy. He's busy retreating, that is. Yeah. Yep, they're definitely going to have to get together and come up with a game plan, because it looks like they're kind of getting harassed on both sides here. Big time. I mean, look, Liam might actually lose these mortars now. This would be very bad. Yeah, that foundry. Oh, yep, I mean, these are cav archers. They can go toe-to-toe with these horse guns. Yeah, and then we see Humbarasi coming in. These guys could be monster siege units. Yeah, just wait and see. These things are going to start blasting into these foundries like right now. Yeah, that goes down very quickly there. Also research the grenade launchers for them, so they're going to really be sieging hard. Taking out that foundry, and probably taking out that forward villager too at some point. Now, it does look like they tried to engage with the light cav a bit, but they won't be doing too well, As you know, there is a mouse against cav units for the grenadiers usually, so they're gonna just have to retreat there. And what do we have down here? You see basically the Russians going for a push on the JSH down here. And we see Ottomans trying to come to the help in the middle of the map, taking out some key horse artillery here, giving a bit of breathing room to British. Yeah, big army of riders from Don Stowe, so mostly just light cav. Looks like Don Stowe's going to be doing the infantry and artillery. And Leah's going to be doing mortars and riders. Siege and Leica. So they're staying pretty organized in terms of having people doing specific tasks, which is, usually good, you know what I mean? It's usually good to do that. All the while, Lee is making sure he keeps up with his bank technologies, getting tool-up speculation, and then one of the bank of Rotterdam or Amsterdam cards to get a build limit up on not only his bank by 1, or 5 more merchants they can put onto a farm, an estate, or a tree or something. A nice defensive line here by the last thief with his bombards. This is going to make it really hard to enter in here, giving enough cover fire for British to start sending out their factories in the back here. Just gotta hope that that's far enough back to avoid any sort of combat. We'll see though, we'll see if it is. You see a mixture of Humbarsi and Abyss gunners from Ottomans here. So a lot of siege units there, or at least boundary units if you want to call them that. And Bombard's gonna clean hit us some pikes there. And what's going on with this? It looks like they were actually getting sniped by Coves. Yeah, there's Coves over here from Russia. So it looks like the Bombard threat, except for this one, has been neutralized. Longbowmen will be a pretty good resource for taking out cannons, since they have quite a good range for that. And what's going on here? Looks like riders are also trying to hold the line here until Leah could probably get some more forward buildings. Maybe around here, around the Tengri side would be a good idea. Looks like he's got some foundries over here, but a few stables would be nice. Aid in the push. Looks like cav archers and foundry units will be helping out the British in cleaning out Russian aggression. Dutch artillery retreats back to the base. Cossacks will be sprayed down pretty quickly by cav archers. Not gonna lie about that. Abyss gunners trying to make some good moves on these cannons over here. Yep. Doing about 35 crush damage per shot against those cannons, which is quite good. Also going to take out mortars too. That's going to be a really good push in general. Take out another cove. Oh, here comes the heavy cans. Oh, these are the big ones right here. Here comes the longbowmen here trying to set up some. Oh, wait a second. British actually resigned only 6 minutes and 25 seconds into the match. Is that right? So, yeah, they couldn't handle the heat, so they left the kitchen. And they're not going to get to make their fish and chips now because of it, I guess. So, now we see Abyss gunners try to build some sort of defensive line here, since they're going to be dealing with 2 incumbent armies right now. Completely getting ignored, basically ignoring all this damage they're taking from the light cap and trying to get into position now. Did they put any of their factories over here? No, they did not, so at least they got that on their side. I remember the last game where sort of the last thief had one of his factories inside of JSH's base. Now at least he's got some more security on his trickle economy right now. Cav archers and Abyss trying to take as many kills as they can here. If he's going to survive this and push out, he's going to have to be really tactful of how he spends his res. And he's already out of res too. I mean, like 300 coin, 400 coin, 600 food. That's not enough to live on. It's really not. I mean, he isn't really going to be able to defend with something like this at all. It's just looking pretty bleak. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's getting to the point that he's starting to put AZAPs into his army. The AZAP army is upon us, But no, these guys can do really well against light cav. They have a bow attack that deals 3.5 against light cav, and a great rate of fire too, like double the speed of like a firearm. So they can indeed cause some real havoc for riders. But the problem is once the unstoppable Stoletzis come in with the artillery, which we see right now, so that's gonna have to drive them back. And I don't even think he even has the res to even sustain long-term production of the AZAPs even. So that indeed is a problem too. Yeah, it looks like that indeed is going to be going down. Yep. Oh, yes it is. Yes it is. Well, unfortunately. AZAP's also, trying to take as much like that as possible there. Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's just lacking the unit. He's got some habits left in like a cult, but he's just lacking the spread of unit types to really deal with two incoming armies right now. And of course, you got Oppressionics coming after your factories. That's always the best part, right? Good old Oppressionics completely defies the game logic, you know? And yes, they do have multipliers against siege units, so Grenadiers on Barsies aren't going to last very long. Oh yeah, I mean, seriously, like, what a good way to ruin somebody's day. Come up behind their base with some Oppressionics and completely deny those factories. And the villagers, they get multipliers against villies too. They do like, what's like 70, 80 damage against the villies. Really bad day to be a villy at that point. It really is. Oh yeah, big time. Get all those villies going down. Oh yeah. There you go. GG. Yeah, I mean, look at that Leah Kame just booming there. And GSH, again, the sad British with the weak score. Definitely don't want to be in that shoe. Definitely not. And then when we look at economy is here, military. Don Stowe was a real pusher, but Almonds really tried their best with the defense. Sad British with bad economy and bad kill rate, yeah. What did military population look like? Military population looked like this. I mean, but look at how early British were out of the game. All the way here. And then, yeah, I mean, in general, it looked like Godman's doing pretty good. But Don Stowe, you know, climbing up right from this point forward at around, what would that be, like the 6-minute mark, just about, right? Yeah. That was a good 2v2. Did you like that one? Yeah. So the next one we got here, which would be, I believe, game number 6. It's called Record Game Copy 302. I'm assuming this is gonna be a deathmatch 1 versus 1. Yeah, that's what I would assume, based on what we've seen previously. The record game is invalid, so the joke is on us for picking it. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to do a Don Stowe Ottoman versus HVNY Ottoman. I'm assuming this is going to be deathmatch, but we'll see. Alright, so, yeah, it's going to be deathmatch. Don Stowe is the king of deathmatch. And map is again Mongolia, so let's get started. You know, we just watched some Mongolia, so playback stop out of sync. Are we having a death streak here in terms of the records? I hope not. Tom wins DMM. Thanks for spoiling that for us. Really appreciated. I guess you gotta give the kid credit though, because normally Aaliyah just totally dominates against Tom Nunes. So if the kid's gonna win, the kid's gonna win, and we need to celebrate that fact with as much enthusiasm as possible. Yeah. So what's the map this time? It almost looks like Mongolia again, except you got this big circle trade route in it. What's up with this? I mean, you got the Tengri natives here, and you got the just a bunch of Mongol natives. What is this map? It's kind of cool. It's like a big Mongolia style map with the circle trade route in the middle. Kind of cool, actually. I like that. So let's see who wins this one. Everybody's Ottomans again, so that's neat. What does Tom Nunes do with the Ottomans? We'll put the spotlight on him. See what his plan is. So he's got his mosque up. He's gonna get his mercantilism out of there. Has his Bashi Bazooks coming out, which are the Ottoman emergency units. In Legacy, they get minute. Oh, and then I was. Are we getting cursed here? 1 invalid game and 2 out of 6. Best hope this isn't the rest of the stream. Yeah, hopefully not. 1v1 OBS. Let's see this one. Same map, it looks like, but Tom Nunes is the French frogs. Let's see if he wins this one too. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Yeah. It would be cool if we could actually see this game and it doesn't out of sync in 1 minute or less, right? Yeah. Yep. That would be awesome. Don Stowe resigns. And, yeah. For some reason, the game does not want us to see Aaliyah playing the Ottomans, you know? Probably it's so beautiful to watch that the game goes blind trying to play it, honestly. So, yeah, yep, every time Aaliyah plays Ottomans, it always sings, so the man's got an Ottoman problem. The man has an Ottoman problem. Big time. Yep, so let's try this one now. 2v2 Deathmatch. Alright, so, what's the map on this one? So, it looks like this time the map is gonna be that one where you basically got the water over here that you could fish from. And then on this side, it's like a big, large, snowy, massive land, basically, that you can set up some of the House of Vasa natives on, as well as the House of, the House of the Oldenburg, so the Danish natives. Very nice indeed. I like this map. I've done it a few times in rank before, so it's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, so let's get started with it. Hopefully this one does not out of sync, you know? Got out of sync after out of sync after out of sync. And Leah is not playing the Ottomans this time, so I don't think it's going to out of sync this time. Yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty sad if it did. Yeah. So what is Aaliyah playing? He's playing. So basically, it's a Don Star Russian Aaliyah Dutch again. Going against Tom Nunes, who is going with the Mexicans, his favorite Civ, and Fei Fei playing as the French. All right, if we make it to the 1 minute mark without an out of sync, I think we're golden. Can only hope, right? Shouldn't have to think that way, but the way things have been going, I don't know. Yeah. Alright, so here we see Tom Nunes spamming out a bunch of spies from his cathedral. And is driving in pretty hard here to start attacking with some Suatrero outlaws. These outlaws are pretty strong. And we're going to see them looking for an area to do an initial strike on. Spies being in the place the spies don't want to be right now. But here's the Juanitos Banditos. These are a skirmisher, so these guys should be over there. Comes a big wave of Banditos to go after the Russians here. I think in general these Banditos should do pretty well against the recruits. So I might just want to stick with that, and then if he sees Cossacks, get the Suatreros involved. Yeah, where are the Suatreros? They're up here. Alright. Yeah, get those guys in the front line so you can take out any Cossacks that come out. Just trying to push the line forward with some Purchicks to give the recruits more time to get some shots off. Stopping more of those spies that were initially pushed out of the cathedral. Of course, the Banditos have a charge attack of throwing dynamite, which helps them even further with dealing with lines of heavy infantry. Horse artillery will also be pushing in as well. And let's see here, we got Suatreros running right into the bayonets. That is usually not recommended. Usually not recommended at all. What's going on up here, by the way? Do we see Aaliyah going his own way with artillery and reiters going right into the French base, taking out a town center, in fact. This is very close to the French base, very close. Actually, it's going to start to show into Fei Fei's town center. And where are the... So the factories are only back here. He could reach that right now if he wanted to. Really could. You know, and all the French skirmies are down here. They're not up here dealing with that. The man just has to get his mortars across here, and he's already got a win condition. He's gonna take out a tower while he's here. Seriously, why isn't he pushing on this? Trying to preserve the artillery. I don't know. Now he's starting to get a little bit surrounded here. He can't go this way because there's a wall there. It's kind of closed off. Force artillery firing at what they're supposed to, thankfully. As the riders trying to cut their way down through the dragoon line there. Looks like Don Stowe is going to start pushing hard in here. Oh yeah, Tom Nunes again burned through all his coin going with outlaws, and now we see Don Stowe do the epic push with the Russian infantry of recruits and Puluchik halberdiers. And some artillery in the back to support, and some Cossacks. Why is he still making spies? What's up with the spies? I don't know what the spies are doing here. These guys are only good against mercenaries and heroes. Why would you want to use them against Russian infantry? Yeah, that might be a little bit of a questionable one, honestly. I don't know too much about that one. We'll see. We'll see if there's any merit behind that one at all. Only time will tell, actually. Yeah, only time will tell. And we see the Puluchiks go all the way into the strike there. Okay. Then up here we see riders trying to put up a line over here to go after the French. What's this? Oh, Cossacks! Cossacks! They're gonna get a frontier post wagon for free. No, they don't. They don't do it. They chicken out because they're being chased by Mexican dragoons. The distraction, though, is definitely very welcome because that could mean a serious push on this side, though. Yeah, you see some of the leftover Suatreros there on the Mexico side. France coming in with Volts and Dragoons trying to fight back this Dutch aggression here. Dutch is starting to run low on money, so they might want to... Well, do they have all their banks? All the bankies? Yes, they got all their bankies. So they got all 9 of their bankies, so they got that going. Alright, great. So what do they do from here? Well, I think they have to get some coin now. Alright, they're gonna keep sending in the mortars as infinite shipments. They don't have to worry about paying for that part of it. But, yeah, I think for right now, your Dutch, you need to push back a little bit and let the Russians do a bit of siege work on their side. Yeah. Yep, looks like they're going to be going in against that tiger. Oh, taking out that building. Okay, so it looks like both sides, both players, both the French and the Mexicans are actually going to start driving into the Russians now. But we see yellow up there. We see a wave of yellow. The yellow wave is coming of riders and artillery. Culverins and 1 horse arty and then some mortars. Mortars are trying to break the way through this little self-made barrier there by the French. Whilst the skirms and dragoons are still occupied on this side trying to drive Russia back. But the thing you gotta realize about Russia is that they get a very potent weapon called the Push-Tours Toy Soldiers, which allows your recruits to construct forts. So they can keep pushing forward and forward and forward as many times as they want, you know. You might be at the build limit of your blockhouses, but your recruits can keep building those forts, provided they have the build limit for them, right? Yeah. Porchik's doing a good job at pressing on the Dragoons. There's their cavalry tag. Taking out some Shinaka Riders as well. And they are driving into the Mexican infantry as well. Where's Mexico in terms of res? I knew they were struggling a bit before. So, in terms of dinero, they are lacking some dinero. So they might want to get the Juanitas Bonitas working on that. So some more dinero can start rolling in. Yeah, and how did that go down? Oh, there was a mortar over there too. Okay. And it looks like Dutch are vying for another push here. Looks like the defense is not that great this time, so maybe they can make it work. They're trying to take advantage of the idleness of those skirms and take some more out. Taking out barracks, stables likely next in the foundry. Yeah, looks like Tom Nunes is out. Probably Fei will be too. He's relying on infinite shipments of Falcons to keep himself going. But down to 70 pop from that lack of resources, and it's oui, I surrender. And he raises the French flag proud and wide, the white flag of surrender and the truce. The pride and honor of the French nation. Yeah. So, post-game. Looks like another Aliyah domination in eco. Tom Nunes burnt through his res and didn't really... Well, he tried to get a little bit of coin. But in terms of making the tacos, only made about 2,377 tacos, not a lot. And no additional wood either. Nobody really got wood here, which I found pretty interesting. Mostly relying on those infinite shipments for the artillery, I think, to get that done. Overall, and then in terms of military, and a Dawn Snow sweep in military performance. I mean, Tom Nunes, I think, got a really good push at the start with the Outlaws, but he just kept losing it as the match went on, basically. Leia didn't do too bad either. You know, he was just under Tom Nunes. In terms of the military unit graph, let's see. Yeah, that's what you sort of see here. You see Tom Nunes starting out so strong and they just plummeted. Whereas Fei, you know, yeah, he kind of plummeted too, really. Everybody started plummeting except for Leah, who had his falling, and they just rose again once he regrouped his coin. Yeah, so that was a pretty eventful 2v2 deathmatch. Now we go on to the next one now, which would be this one. Tom Mex, Jack French versus Don Stowe as, I think, Spain, I believe, or something. Oh, he's playing España. Viva la España. I believe this is the Gran Chaco over here. Overall, this map is pretty wide open. It's a lot of grass. You got some pondage over here, too. Some of these ponds. Also, there's no trade route on here. You only got, like, natives there sort of in the center of the map. You got Mapuche and you got Tupi natives. So, you got your pick of that, basically. So, let's see who wins this deathmatch, 2v2. It's off to the races to build your church. Pray to your holy lord, whoever that is, and get some mercantilism from him. Yeah, so you can get 5 shipments going. Yep. Matchup's pretty much the same, except for Don Stowe going with Spain this time. Men running forward, looking for their first target. Oh, getting the stonemasons to help in the quick production of the bags. That's very smart for Elia. As for Mexico, I'm assuming, is going to do more or less the same with the Outlaws. See the barracks there, stables. Here's the cantina. Las cantinas. And what is Spain up to this time? Like, what? Oh, he's going to go unction. That's going to be very powerful. Unction's a really powerful property. You know, basically what unction does, if you haven't seen it before, it increases the attack of your nearby units, basically. In Wars of Liberty, it comes automatically with the missionaries, but for Definitive Edition, you have to research the card unction to get that effect, unfortunately. Oh, he's going Unction Crossbowman. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is something we usually don't see unless you're doing Arena in Legacy. Don Stowe being creative. Very creative. So creative. Yeah. Okay, this could be interesting, actually. Kind of want to see where this one turns out, basically. It looks like he is going to switch to skirms, though. But at least when he does this, he is saving a bit of resources, so he is budging a bit, starting out with the Expomen, and then he can move on to the skirmies, which is the stronger one to go with Unction. But he better make sure he maintains his church to keep making the missionaries, because the problem with missionaries is they try to run to the front lines, unfortunately, a lot of the time, and it really doesn't suit them too well. They think they can engage in the battle themselves, unfortunately, even though they're just, well, an ass. A donkey, that is, basically, and yeah, pretty much. Oh, going for, let me see, he's going for Peninsular Gunias. This will help with the ranged attack, basically, of these ranged infantry. And in particular, when the skirmishers shoot something, they'll be able to see the line of sight of what's they shot at, basically. Ooh, look at the Kila Says doing their splash damage. Yeah, lots of Kila Says there. Just cutting through lines of infantry overall. Oh wow, look at that. Ugh. Dang, that's a lot of lag. Ooh. Yeah, that was a good push though. I will admit that. Oh, big time. Yeah. Kind of strange how it lags so much when the Kila Says are fighting. Yeah, pretty strange indeed. It's alright. So what's going on over here on Tom Nunes land? Tom Nunes land is getting sieged down before our very eyes by Leah's artillery. And now he's forced into this little army of vigilantes. He does have resources this time though, so he actually can fight back pretty well. He's going to be going with mostly vigilantes here to defend, it looks like. We know help against the riders, but the artillery a whole different situation. Yep, trying to basically discourage his light cab from pushing in any further there and doing a potential raiding. Colby's trying to connect with the artillery. Unfortunately for Nunes, they're all grouped up pretty close, so for the Alea culverins, they have a much easier time finding their marks, I think. This particular skirmish in particular. Yeah. And now we see the Don Stowe skirmies mixed up with the unction of the missionaries trying to push in. How many missionaries are we at still for Don Stowe? The man has one missionary left, it looks like. Oh, he's got all 10. He just added them to the front line. Because these skirms should be hyperized right now. Yeah, see, when you have all the missionaries, it goes up to like 34 range attack, which is, you know, for a deathmatch that's in post-industrial age, it's quite good. You know, they have 34 range on your skirms. And it also boosts, I believe, your cavalry as well. In the Legacy game, it would also boost up your artillery, but in Definitive Edition, they end up nerfing that out. So, Unction no longer benefits your artillery. Yeah, back in the days of Asian dynasties, what used to be a very popular strategy was mixing heavy cannon with the missionaries and Unction, and it used to be super powerful. And eventually, they just nerfed it out, DE, I think mainly for balance concerns. Yeah, I sort of understand why at that point, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Leia's just having a really easy time sieging through this space here. And it looks like Don Stowe also has his Marvelous Year still active. That basically makes your villagers into super gatherers. Pretty much, yeah. Gatherers work really, really fast for like 365 seconds, aka a year basically. If a year was seconds instead of days. Riders find their mark against the Mexican villagers as well. come through their lines here pretty much. Oh, tell me about it. Look at that. Look at that big push. Yeah, Mexico's already out of this thing. They're already out of it. They've already quit. They've already quit. Yeah, pretty much. Knock knock. Who's there? Aaliyah. Aaliyah who? Aaliyah with an army of riders and artillery, that is. Sieging down your walls and your factories. Good one, Aaliyah. Yep, here comes the artillery. Comes the Moors. I let you two fight, Stowe. Yeah, so he's a good lad. He's not gonna make it too easy. But the man resigns anyways, it looks like, from the timer there. Yeah, he just... No, man. I mean, the Spain still had 48 seconds left on his Marvelous Year, so his eco was just cranking it out. Yeah, really cranking it out there. Yep. In terms of resources... Yeah, again, a Don Stowe domination. No, an Aaliyah domination in resources with his Dutch. France doing quite well, though. Outdoing Don Stowe here. In terms of military, we see that the fighting was really balanced against France and Spain at this point. Unction did get a lot of kills, but France was able to do a good job at taking out the missionaries, too, so it wasn't that easy, honestly. As for the Dutch versus Mexico side, Mexico barely even did a dent. Where it seems like Dutch were doing almost like triple the kills there with just riders and artillery. Which is pretty big, you know, it's pretty big when you can pull that off, really. Yeah, Don Stowe was pretty good, and then Leah was constantly growing, you know. Whereas Tom Nunes had his little time to shine here, and then he just went whew. And Feifei kind of kept it steady, but definitely less than the other combats. Definitely on that one. So we will be going on to our next game now. See what that one's going to be. It is going to be, let me see. So where are we at now? We looked at this one. Okay, so now we're going to be looking at Empire Wars. Alrighty then, we got Empire Wars to go. So how many more games are we on? Yeah, we got a good number of Empire Wars to look at now, so this should be pretty fun. Yeah, I think we got some Deathmatch too, but mostly Empire Wars from this way out. Oh, we got some 1v1. We got 1v1 as well, Supremacy, so that should be cool. So this is going to be our Empire Wars, British versus Ottoman. First one of the night. We got Sacrifice Pawn as Ottomans with some really cool text characters, and we got Aaliyah as the British there. And what will the map be? The map, I believe, I think it's either Poland or Germany, I believe. The thing you gotta know about this map is basically you got a river that comes right through here that basically protects this piece of land up here off to the corner that has the windmill up here as well as the native site. In standard Supremacy, this can be a great place to put a second base hidden from your opponent if they're not scouting good, or if you can put a wall up. Because you do have these river crossings as sort of the choke points where you can only cross through here, you can cross through here, and you can cross through here, but that's it, really, unless you build a boat there or something. And then along this way, it's sort of like a crescent, like a bit of a crescent moon almost, and how you sort of progress through here to reach your opponent pretty much into the rest of the match, essentially. So this should be a pretty good Empire Wars, pretty much. Yeah. So let's get started here. Yeah, alright. So, right. 1 second, I gotta do something real quick. Start with this Empire Wars. We already see British taking off for the age up with the governor. Hello, governor. And what's the deck gonna look like? I'm actually pretty interested to see what their deck's gonna be here. And we see Pawn also is aging up with Quartermaster for 400 wood. And what deck are they gonna do? It'll be a good giveaway of what their build is going to be overall here, I think. Yeah.
Ready.
Oh, Greenwich time. Going for Mexico Empire WA. Oh, interesting. So going to start with Greenwich time and what from there? Maybe, I don't know, maybe Virginia Company, I guess? Maybe one of these crates. Oh, 700 coin. Oh, very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's the cool thing about Empire Wars mode is every time you ship a card, you get a Empire Wars wagon that you can turn into just about anything that you want. You know, you can turn into a tower, you can turn into a barracks, a market. It's really up to you. You know, you can turn into like a mill or an estate. Pretty cool. Pretty cool feature that makes Empire Wars really good for those that like to have extra buildings in their base doing stuff, really. Also, we have the outpost wagon scouting around, basically, here. Oh, build it. One takes the trade route. Takes the trade route and the native. Very good. This will give British access to some good anti-skirms. Also building on Jagiellian as well, so they're going to have some nice cav archers and lancers, too. Very good indeed. Any other natives here that Ottomans can take? Doesn't look like it. So what are the Ottomans running? Ottomans are running a what tends to be like more of an FI build with a lot of royal decree emphasis on it. Yeah, I think that's probably good for Empire Wars because you get a lot of infrastructure to work with. Yeah, so we'll see how that turns out. Doing a good job researching those techs at the Moss to decrease the training time of those Yoruks, those Ottoman villagers. And then we see Aliyah's upside down, basically again shot at by a tower. Another Ottoman tower is also going up. We see some manor houses starting to get constructed. Did Aliyah actually, yep, he utilized Virginia companies, so these manor houses are going to be, oh, he just canceled them. He just canceled them. Why did he cancel them? He's going to put them somewhere else? Yeah. I was going to say, these mayor houses are so cheap when you get Virginia Company because they're normally 140 wood in DE, and then they go down to like 90-something resources and after you get the Virginia Company research. So what's this going to be here? This is the tavern here. The tavern, the Poacher's Pub. Is that right? And what is Aaliyah going to do from here? He is going to see a lot of Manor House production over here. Trying to build as many of those as he possibly can, probably, to get all the villas. Remember, you can have up to 20 houses, so if you get all the mayor houses done, that's 20 additional villagers added to your stockpile, really, for your British economy. As for autos, oh, he's also shipping in 2 Falcons now, too, so again, the army ready, too. Autos, however, are basically just... Oh, wow, look at this. Already some aggression from Aaliyah there with the tomahawks, too. Keeping the town... Keeping the villagers stuck in the TC, which is hurting, probably. Can also get a sniper... Oh, no! Surrounding the... Oh! But the Falcons will snipe it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. There. Yeah. Again, the last... I believe that's the last training upgrade at the mosque, too. This tavern is now going to get taken out pretty quickly by those artillery and tomahawks. This is just a really aggressive push by the British. Not even a huge army, just the age up tomahawks and falconets alone doing the work here. But it looks like Ottomans will be getting out their own falcons. But I think you got a bit of an edge here as British because you got those tomahawks, which can also do some harmful damage, you know. If you look pretty closely, they deal hack damage, so they ignore the armor on these cannons quite well. Here comes some hussars, though. Here comes some unupgraded hussars. Those will be good against the Abiscars, too, which looks like some of those popped out for the Ottomans as well. Yep, trying to cut into their units, it looks like. Oh, wow. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And let me... Oh, gets the royal decree. How it is. Well, on the British side. Very nice. What's he going to do with that? I'm assuming he's going to get the Black Watch out and the Rangers next. Has the Empire's War Wagon camp right outside his base ready to make something. It's going to make a arsenal. An arsenal probably to start upgrading some of those Royal Decree units. Yep, here comes the Black Watch tech right now to get those Highlanders out. And I'm assuming the Rangers are right down the road. Yeah. Here comes those Black Watch with all their glorious stats. Ottoman's barely able to collect their own coin at this point. One Uruk trying to grab all that money and stick it into her pockets. It's just not going to work. That town center will be going down pretty soon. Yeah, pretty soon. Yep. Yep, TC is about down. Yeah, about down. Yep. I don't see any army coming out for Ottomans. I mean, they don't even have the coin to make Abiscars anymore after they're queuing up those two right now. Like, nothing. Yeah, at this point, when you have so few Abiscars without upgrades, the Highlanders alone are enough to one-shot them. Yep. It's like night and day in terms of resources, and then in terms of military. Yeah, I mean, like double the military and a bit more kills there. Yep, pretty much. I mean, if we look at like the resources, in particular, this is where you saw the mare houses start to come up. Really, that's when it really started to take off. And then, of course, Highlander big jump from to here, and then from there to here, and the rest is history. This is history. Sacrifice Pawn is really good. He is currently ranked 7. 38 wins, 3 losses. He beat my FI Germany with Auto, Egypt Revolt, so I went Brit Rush. Ooh, very interesting. Hopefully we see that here. Hopefully we see that here today. So that would be really neat. I will look for that one right now, actually. So, let me see. Is that it right there? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it right there. 1v1 Germany versus Spain Revolt. Okay, let's try it. Let's see how this one turns out. So, is this a Empire Wars or is this like a Supremacy? Let's see real quick. I'll just look at like a deck and figure it out. No, this is like regular Supremacy here. Alright, good to know. Very nice. So, let's get started right now. What's the map, by the way? Before we get started, too. So, it's that one that has the mountain pass in the center of the map, basically. And you got these sort of city towers lined along the pass, basically. And at the moment, at the start of the match, they're controlled by Gaia, guarded by these marauding musketeers. But as soon as you take these out, you get to capture that tower. And then you can actually capture these towers for yourself. And your opponent has 2 options. They can either use like a long-range mortar to try to shell the tower and destroy it, or they can try to run up against it themselves and capture it for themselves, basically. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting map, so should be pretty fun either way. I believe the map is called Balkans, right? Yeah, I think it's called the Balkans because you got the Habsburgs and the House of Fanar here. So, like the Greek Romanian natives and the Habsburg natives. Yep. So, this should be a pretty interesting matchup for. Oh, this is another player. It's Xeroxio. So, it's a Spanish revolt of some kind versus Germany. Yeah, this should be pretty fun. I wonder what sort of build we see here for Germany. And what sort of build we see for Spain. Should be pretty interesting indeed. Goes for the hunting dogs right away because with Germany you basically got the suttler wagons. And suttler wagons, as you know, have double the gather rate of a normal villager because they're basically a 2-pop villy. So hunting dogs, works pretty well for them. You know what I mean? Works pretty well to get their gather rate up. As for Spain, though, Spain is well known as the Cid that gets their shipments out a lot earlier than the other Cids. And their explorer is always accompanied by his wonderful dog here, Cantina. And the Spanish explorer, of course, can train additional war dogs as well, who tend to be not only good against treasure guardians, but they can sometimes be obnoxious against military units as well, acting as sort of like cavalry almost, in a way. They're not cavalry from the tag, but they can certainly act like cavalry at times, in the way that they behave in battle, pretty much. What's the deck, by the way? So the deck appears to be called Anti-Cav. So we got the... What would this card be here? We got the Archaic Infantry Combat that improves hand infantry and foot archers. We got a lot of rod shipments here. We got the Royal Decree, which can also boost the HP of the heavy infantry. And we also got Spanish Gold. We got a shipment of Highlanders, which is good anti-cav. We got the Bourbon Allies, which gives you 25 Royal Muskets. 2 factories, 3 towers. here. So yeah, pretty good stuff here, you know. Spanish Square. This is not a card I see a lot of, you know. Basically gives you about 20 pikes and improves their hand and pierce armor. Wow. A lot better than it was in the Legacy game. I think in the Legacy game it just ships you like a number of Roderos and pikes. And it's not that great, honestly. But here it seems like it at least upgrades your pikes a bit, which is probably one of Spain's strongest units in terms of strategy, I think. Yeah. If you haven't played against Toledo in some of his Ule Santiago España builds, you won't know just how dangerous pikemen are with Spain, you know. If you're playing on like a war map, Toledo would basically take a big army of pikes, mix them in with the missionaries with unction, stick them in a galleon, sail them around the Iberian Peninsula where my town center and factories were, and just burn the whole base to a crisp with them. Even though he was trying to hold off a battle on the front lines. It was actually insane, you know. Tercio spam for the win. Yeah, kind of a Toledo Ule Santiago story for you. And what is Aaliyah running? Aaliyah is running HOA 1v1. It's a deck we haven't seen for a while because we haven't really seen a supremacy from Aaliyah for a number of weeks now, but the deck looks basically the same as ever, you know. You got your War Wagon, Skirm, Yulon, and your mercenary shipments here. You have your good old improved mercenaries for whenever you get good RNG with the tavern and get a good merc there. A lot of cavalry relay cards. You got Cav Combat as well as Lipizzaner Cavalry for the Yulons. You have Guild Arzons that you can synergize with the multitude of shipments of Settler Wagons that his deck contains. Also, you got economic theory too, so eco theory. So a good number of stuff that Aaliyah can work with there. Mostly focused on gold at this point, or what would that be? Silver and gold, silver and gold. And trying to ship out these 3 settler wagons there. What's going on the other side? We got Spain trying to ship in about 5 settlers. Okay. Yes, for Spain, getting shipments out is pretty easy. They're already on shipment number 3. They did 3 settlers, followed by capitalism, and now they can get 5 settlers out, and they're already going to be able to get a crate shipment, you know. It's one of the great things about Spain is, you know, shipments come almost naturally for them, and they can do a multitude of things with them, you know. I'm assuming they're going to be going for more of a quick age up here. Yeah, that would be my assumption, really. That they're just going to go for that quick age up and do that whole revolt thing that Aaliyah was talking about with this match. Well, he was not that he was talking about, but rather what he put on the recording name. That Spain's going to do some sort of revolt here. It'll be interesting to see sort of what that revolt is. HVNY said I couldn't find it. Regular supremacy. Love multiple fights. Yeah, that's good. We always like to see multiple fights here. You know, battle is great when you're watching AoE 3. Like that H2 fight, and then that H3 fight as soon as the artillery revives, and then that Industrial Age fight, and then it's the super late game push where people are battling for like 20, 30 minutes or so. Yeah, definitely AoE 3 combat is very unique in that sense. I feel like in a sense, AoE 3 combat feels a lot more, realistic in terms of the formations, I think. Because it's, the way it ends up working in AoE 2 is, you get like this weird army of like archers, and they're like trying to do weird micro tactics to avoid the mangonel shots, and it's like, is that really how medieval battles were fought? A bunch of archers like running around the battlefield trying to avoid the catapult, basically. Yeah. AoE 2 certainly was a good game for its time, but when it comes to like the realism of the combat, it's like, you know, I doubt battles were waged where soldiers would be running around the battle constantly trying not to get hit by the big giant catapult flinging multiple rocks at them. So they don't get a hit, take out like 20 of them at the same time or something, you know. Yeah, basically the way those mangonels and archers work in AoE 2 makes the AoE 3 artillery look like nothing really, you know. having a siege archer is enough to like take out a whole army if you're careful, you're really precise, you know. Whereas in AoE3, you know, sometimes you're lucky to only get like 2 or 3 units with the falconet depending on their HP, you know. So I don't know why those big catapults do more damage than the falcons do. Technically the falcons should be doing a little bit better since they're cannons, you know. At least you would think, right? Oh wow, look at HVNY Aaliyah trying to take out that town center. Is he gonna take it out? No, he's not, but he is gonna. Oh, Minutemen are cutting through those Yuans, you know, preventing Aaliyah from taking out more HP from that town center there. Oh, very sneaky move by Aaliyah there to injure its economy potentially. Imagine if those Yuans would have taken out that covered wagon. That would have been like a pretty quick kill there, I think. Oh yeah, big time. Big time, big time. See a fort coming up as well as Spanish gold. I would have sent the Spanish gold first if it was me, you know. But I think basically what Aaliyah was able to do was he was able to put a psychological flag in Zilixio's face, basically in his mind. Thinking, if I don't get a fort first, Aaliyah could send an army after me and take me out after seeing what those Yuans were doing to his base. So yeah, that was a good psychological tactic by Aaliyah to basically get him to waste the opportunity to get about 330 coin from Spanish gold if he sent the fort after getting the Spanish gold. So yeah, he's still going to be getting it though, just, you know, missing out on some of that coin that could have really helped with the age up time, I think. Yeah, we'll see though, we'll see. Puts the fort all the way over here to deal with any potential movement of Aaliyah armies on this side of the map. But what about ones coming on this side of the map? Yeah, look at, that's where they came from. About 3 Yuans and 3 war wagons from the 3 war wagon card. And is training more war wagons as well. How is... Oh, yep. Gonna keep the Vills cooped up in the base, and they're not gonna be able to grab much more of this coin. Yeah, the Spanish gold, that is. A Spanish treasure chest. It's a treasure chest and a couple of bowls of gold, basically. Here comes war dogs. You got Nacho and Dangato, and you got... who else you got? You got... Is that... Who are these guys? You got Dangato there, you got Laredo, and... Yeah, you got doggos there. Oh, 2 Dangatos. You could have come up with a more unique name. Naming 2 dogs the same thing. And you got Cantina and Leia. Very nice. Yuan's quickly cutting through those Minutemen there. Oh, they're gonna get a run on these Vills too. Rodero's cutting through those Yuans there. Oh, nice. Also, we see skirmishers being shipped in as well on the Germany side. Well, the problem is rods will take a while to take out the war wagons because of their hand armor, but it seems like they're still getting the job done. Because these war wagons aren't even really trying to kite that well, so they're just taking all the hits for free. Really there. Pretty big loss there, and is he actually... Oh, wow, look at this. That's actually really good for this Spain, actually getting all these kills with the rods. And then they're actually going to ship in Highlanders to boot. 9 Highlanders plus another chest of coin. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Spain right now, at least in terms of the kill value again. But here comes the skirmies. The skirmies are on their way. Skirmies are on their way. About 3 more war wagons, and then log flume. 9 Yuans are being shipped in now. Only about 8 skirms though, so could potentially overpower this with the Highlanders. And depending on how careful he is with the rods there. Kind of want to see what Spain does from here. Oh wow, 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 wow. Look at the rods intercepting and taking out these Yuans. This is pretty big. This is pretty good for Spain right now. And let's see how good the Highlanders do their job. Yep, they should be able to take out these skirms. That should not be a problem at all here. Oh yeah, I mean it's only 8 skirms, so it's not the end of the world really if you're a Highlander. And they will of course do really well at fending against Yuans here. Oh yes, 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 and then the rods come up from behind to take out the war wagons. These rods are just doing so well this game. You know, their speed and ability to intercept stuff is just serving the Spain player so well over here. And then we see Royal Decree coming in now. That should be pretty good. About 3 outpost wagons, so it doesn't look like Germany's going to get much pressure out of this now. Nah. And then it's starting to add in falconets from a foundry too. I don't know, man. I don't know. If he can do really well with that rod micro, might be able to outdo those cannons. I would be a little bit hesitant about getting that artillery involved and putting down that much res on it. Oh, most definitely. Could be quite risky, actually. We'll see, though. We'll see.
Bereit.
Here comes Industrial Age, the War Minister. And this is going to be a pretty big push in coin. It's going to be about 1,030 coin. Because remember, it's 700 coin plus the Spanish treasure chest, which is about 330 coin basically. So that's going to be pretty good. Pretty good value. Rod's getting caught up by the Explorer, unfortunately. But here comes the Revolt. Revolt is coming. Let's see how this Revolt looks. Also getting Lancers too. Lancers could be pretty big. Oh, it's gonna go right to picking up all that coin. And then I'm assuming he's gonna go over to wood now. Start working on that. So yeah, it has to just be careful of those new ones there. It has some skirms, you know. The skirms can potentially take out some war wagons. They do take out a Yuan, which is pretty big. Some more rods coming out. What does he do now? Does he have any like crates he can send to get that revolt? What revolt does he actually go with here? I'm kind of curious. I want to see this revolt he's coming up with. Lancers doing great against the skirms. Taking out a Suttler wagon as well, I believe. Yeah, no. These Suttler wagons are so tanky, man, because they're 2-pot bills. You know it. You know it. So what happens here? Factories. Factories come out. Yeah, he could take the factory out of one of the fort if he wants to. Town center is really not an important save right now. Nah, not really. Oh, gets the House of Bourbon shipment. Now that's gonna be quite good actually. because that'll upgrade him up to guard level. Those are a very good native unit. Factory coming out. Has to make sure he grabs the money though. Factory will be going somewhere. Get going over there. So, yep, I'm assuming those Royal Muskets will come out of this fort. Yeah, the P-Tards might end up being wasted on that. Might get completely shredded by the Royal Muskets here. We'll see, though. We'll see how that turns out. And then could go for Spanish Square there, I can imagine. Yep, here comes the Coves to deal with the two Falcons. Right, yeah. Yep, it's going to try to micro this as best as possible here. Should get a house and get another shipment out too, of like pikes or something here. I think he's just going to wait for his charge attack with the pistol to come back. Yep, put some more houses up. Should really protect these coves a bit better. I will admit that. Oh yeah, I mean the Royal Muskets are doing pretty well. Breaking through the U-1s and not enough P-Tards to get down the fort. Definitely not. Will the heavy cannons make it? Probably, I would assume. Never assume, right? Well, here comes the heavy cannons. Ooh, yep, taking out a skirmy there. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, big one there. Oh, nice. Nice. And the towers will be upgraded again. What is Spain doing, though? I thought they were going to do some sort of revolt of some kind. Very strange. Very, very strange. Yep, tried to get the oh yeah, he wanted to get the World Decree with the halberdiers and just missed it. Alright, oh no, and then Germany starts grabbing his Spanish chest. That's kind of the end there. Yeah. Good match, so I mean he didn't get that many kills. But, I don't know. I just like what Spain was trying to do there, and I think he almost did it. I mean, if we look at like the unit count here, yeah, you can sort of see some success here, and then Germany just takes off with the massive skirms, and it just becomes unbearable for Spain to deal with there. Yeah. He normally revolts to Chile, but he couldn't do it. Yeah, that was a good denial by you to make sure he couldn't get to that Chile revolt, basically. And now we will be going on to the next match over here. Let me see which one that is. How many more matches do we got here, by the way? We got about, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so a good number of them. Alright, so now we'll be doing Empire Wars Germany Merc versus British Highlander. Mercenary versus mercenary. This should be pretty good. Yep. I believe, what map is this? Is this Socotra, right? This is Socotra. I believe that's what it's called. The map appears in Wars of Liberty as well, but it looks a lot different. Because instead of like in here where it's just like a little bit of a beach around the island, in Wars of Liberty it's like a giant cliff, basically. You know what I mean? Where I think you can build docks on it, but there's no fish anywhere. It's like a landlocked island, basically, with like camels and stuff on it. But here you got gazelles on it, and any other fauna as well. Nope, just gazelles, it looks like, mainly. Yeah, it's still a pretty good map, you know. You got the trade route in the center of the map, basically, so some pretty easy access to some trading posts there, but no natives, though. No natives. Let's get started right now, basically. And then you get this little ridge in the middle, too, of the map, which is pretty cool, too. So this time it's going to be Aaliyah playing as British, going up against Sir Bentelot's Jiminy. Yeah, should be a pretty good matchup, you know. Germany aging up right away with the quartermaster. British going up with the governor, right? Hello, governor. There goes the governor. And they're going to start hunting their way through all these huntables now. Hunting their way through all these huntables now, yeah. Yep, try to see if they can get as much food as they possibly can there. Eat, eat, eat. And, what deck are they going for? Is it going to be the same one we saw against the Ottomans, perhaps? We'll find out. Yep, the Greenwich times. Oh, so it's Mexico Empire WA. Probably Greenwich time, and then Virginia Company, and then probably one of these crates next, right? I'm assuming either 700 coin and then Virginia Company, or vice versa. Yeah, so pretty aggressive, you know, pretty aggressive deck. So 700 coin to get the age up going, and then can go for the Virginia Company and just focus on the Vilboom. Because as you know, with Britain, every time you build a manor house, you get a free villager. So yeah, you want to get all 20 of them and get all 20 of those free villagers very fast. Oh yeah, wow, look, Germany's denying Aaliyah that trading post spot. How cheeky, how cheeky. Cheeky, getting the third one too. This is going to be a huge setup for Germany, who is going for a full mercenary deck. We got Harquebusiers, we got Black Riders, and Lanich. But no Jaegers, though. I'm a little bit shocked by the lack of Jaegers, but he does go for mercenary loyalty to make mercenary shipments cost less coin. In particular, is going to be really going for that 17 Habsburg allies in Age 4, I would assume. Also has Winged Hussars, has the Circle Army. No Prince Electors, though, so that's pretty interesting. Has the Team Hand Attack card, though, and Blood Brothers. So this is like a mercenary native hybrid deck, I think. Yeah, pretty much. Here comes Zum Langen Curl, the German tavern, which will be pumping out Jawohl. Mercenaries pretty shortly. Aaliyah is still in Age 2, but starting to go up now with the Mohawk Statesman. I think this time this Germany is going to be a lot more prepared. He's already starting to ship in the coin. The 1,000 coin, is that right? With the free Ulans. The time we saw the Ottoman game, I feel like Aaliyah was 20 steps ahead in terms of pressure. But here it looks like Germany's already coming out of the gate with those free Ulans from the shipments. Trying to do as much Vil damage as possible here. And went up with the bishop to get another town center. Going with Napoleon guns. Napoleon guns. These are basically mercenary versions of Sweden's leather cannons, pretty much. So very good against infantry, but very fragile, you know. But pretty low in pop compared to most artillery. You know how much pop like a little bombard is, right? These guys only like 4 pop, man. just one pop above Cuirassier. So, pretty massive. On top of that, again, mercenary combat here, the improved mercenaries. So these cannons will get 15% improved in stats now. Oh, here comes a town slayer. I wonder if he's going to start pounding on that town slayer, like, right away. Yeah. Going for 5 hussar shipment there. Here's those tomahawks, but unfortunately now they're going to find themselves going up against the Napoleon guns. Yuan's also confronting it pretty well there. Yep, doesn't need any other trade sites at this point. Just get rid of those tomahawks for now. Then he's going to have to deal with the hussars coming out next. Take out that tower now. Yeah, they're going to beat the hussars now that came right out of that tower. Take out that wagon as well. Boom. Boy, where does Germany go from here? Because again, pretty close to affording a actual mercenary shipment. Either the Harquebusiers, the Lanets, or the Black Riders. I would say probably go for... Oh, the Lanets, not bad. They'll offer a lot of good siege and also some additional anti-cav. So yeah, I think you could get a lot of siege potential mixing that with the Napoleon guns, absolutely, when it comes to hitting this forward town center. What can British do at this point to defend? They're not even anywhere close to a shipment yet. Yep, taking out this tower right here. Oh, Blackwatch. Yep, here comes the Blackwatch. Here comes the Highlanders. Going for Barbary Corsair. I don't know about that. I don't know. I would be saving up for like maybe Harquebusiers. Maybe baby. Maybe baby, yeah. Now let's see if we can get this tower up. Napoleon guns would be a great way to deal with these Highlanders, but if they can keep them out of range, though, that is. Planets picking up the tower there. Now making a move on the TP. Very good, and then they can make a move on the saloon now. Ah, ICC. Oh no, yeah, I think Aaliyah was planning on queuing up more Highlanders out of that. 2 Falcons and 2 Hussars. This is going to be a pretty hard one to pull off here for Aaliyah. I will admit that. Well, no, the Lanets are going to come right for the cans, though. That's done. Yep. Lanets going right into battle with the Highlander. Now they're going after the Hussar now. This one. That one. Okay, and there's enough. Yep, the cans are pretty much okay there. Oh, wow. Yeah. I guess German mercenary is a really good answer to this British build. Yep. Also had really good eco there because it's able to control the trade route really nice. And then in terms of military, got some pretty good kills there. Military chem was a little bit beneath, but not too bad. How about like military? Yeah, definitely. Mercenaries made a huge difference there. This is the French player who you casted other week. He went Musketeer and I went all native on him. He copies the build and plays it versus me, LOL. Be faster and play defensive. The German Merc strat seems super good in Empire Wars. We'll try that one. Yeah. I like German mercenary build. It's pretty strong. You know, I've been doing it since I do it in Moore's. I did it back in Moore's Liberty when Germany was its older design too, as well as the Danish mercenary build, and those can be pretty good. Yeah, I like mercenary decks overall because of how interesting they are. You know, just getting really high kill counts with only like 10 units or so. Quite fascinating. Quite fascinating to do. And we will be going on to the next game now, which will be, let me find out which one. It will be 1v1 Empire Wars Mexico. Okay, so looks like the map is Korea. On Legacy, it is called Adirondacks. And it looks like Aaliyah will be playing his British strategy again against Mexico this time. So this should be really fun. Yeah. Only thing you really need to know about Korea is basically you got the sort of like trade route with this being the midpoint. These trading posts are basically in the bag for whoever's closest to it. This is the real one that you can test. On this map, you got Jesuits on it. Yeah. On the Legacy version, it would actually be Hurons instead on there. For perspective, and yes, you can fish the water up here too, pretty much. Yep, let's get started. Let's see who gets the middle one. I think Aaliyah's gonna get it. This Mexico isn't on his toes, you know what I mean? Or is he going for the native instead? Might be going for the native up here, yeah. Yeah, I wonder who's going to get this one. I'm just trying to see where they scout this. So that outpost wagon goes there. This one goes over here. A little bit more offensive. British going up with the governor. Hello, governor. And Mexico's going up with Texacala. I really like that one myself. In terms of the state of Mexico to age up with. Question is, do they go revolt or do they just stick old school? That's what I want to know. We'll see, though. We'll see. It gets a hacienda going over here. Military wagon. Here's a hacienda wagon there. Oh, yep. Just going to spam out Oh, here we go. Naha, California. The fight we've all been waiting for. Yep. And do these revolt cards also give you infrastructure? Yeah, they give you infrastructure wagons too. Gets the coin out and the factory out. Oh wow, this is gonna be epic. This is like Mexico Prime right here, I think. Yeah, going right out of the gate with the filibusters when you're champion. Yeah, they're gonna dynamite their way through this tower, I think. Starting out. Frontier post wagon is gonna have to go down to this native site, I think. Or just wait for him to get that TP cleaned out. Yeah, this tower should be going down right now. And we'll be getting 5 banditos. Banditos. Here comes the factory. He's playing this super quickly, which is great. British isn't even into age 3 yet, so they're getting a pretty good leg up here, I think. Yeah, these are both Mexico's wagons, right? And here comes some Walker's gang, some Western outlaws. let's continue with the rest of this match. This is looking like a very good push here by Mexico. We see Banditos, we see the Filibusters, and we're starting to see some of those United States out. Well, actually, any Wild West outlaw, they probably are going to be some of the U.S. ones, I'd assume, like the Owl Shoots, the Cowboys. We'll see, though. See what combo they come in from. If you get some light cab, that'd probably be really good. Yep, so here comes some, which ones did he get? Which, he got the, what did he get? I saw he sent Walker's Gang. So he got about 3 Cowboys. He got 2 Gunslingers. He got 2 Owl Shoots. So he got some anti-cab there. That's the big thing that he needed with some anti-cab. And then he can add in some Suatreros as well. And he's also sent in the Texacola Textiles, which grants him some more villagers there for all the haciendas, basically. And then I would assume eventually he would probably want to get Texacola Alliance and maybe get some Mesoamerican stuff going there as well. Pretty good. Oh wow, yep. Getting that going. Yep, here comes the Suatreros. More Banditos, some more Filibusters. Yeah, he's pushing in pretty good here. Yeah. This is like a really good strat for Empire Wars, I think.
I'm ready. Do it.
Coach Guns ships a few outlaws and gives trading posts a powerful charge ability that inflicts area damage. So 3 Banditos and 3 Suatreros. Ooh! Yeah, look at this mass. This is way too much for Leah to do. Oh, jeez. He's like out of his league in this situation, yeah. Black Watch, yeah, way too late though. I mean, they're really getting surrounded on both sides here. The Suatreros taking out the cannons. Yeah, this is like a really good way to do it, this type of British build, honestly. And he's already got out the Soldier of Fortune, so he's already getting coin from these kills as well, mind you. So let's wait some more outlaws, more filibusters, and the monster keeps beating itself, basically. Yeah, exactly. Too cost-efficient, GG. Maybe Aaliyah's gonna start running that. Leah loves the top builds, man. He could probably do a pretty good job with that, honestly. I mean, look at this. I mean, when does Aaliyah ever come behind in resources? Like, never, right? And then military, it's like night and day, 62 units, and it's... Yeah, I think Aaliyah's gonna have to learn some new builds in Empire Wars. He's starting to get humbled by everybody. Well, not everybody, but 2 players in a row at this point. Wonder if there's any others that we might be seeing here too, engaging in that. Yeah, it should be pretty interesting. Oh, it's Cap. What's up, Vato? GG, well played. Okay, answering that phone line, maybe. 19 with cute anime girl voice. Mexico and India. And Germany. Oh, there's an India one, too. I want to see that one. Cap says he wants to hear my cute anime girl voice. I think I gave it for him last week. If ever I use that anime girl voice, you have to give me super chats and money. It's a done deal. Seriously, better see those super chats rolling in if I do it again, Cap. Really, don't do it for just anyone. You know, you gotta pay to play, as they say. Is this carbon copied? So is this... No, this is the Germany again. This is the Germany. This is the Germany again. Very tough to fight against. I have tons of wrecks. Hard to keep on top of them. Oh, I can imagine. I mean, you have no short amount of records. You deliver when it comes to records, man. You're always there with more of them for me, so I always appreciate that. Yeah, this... So what map is this one again? This is, Fertile Crescent, is that right? This is Mesopotamia? Yep, I recognize it by the sides of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers here. In, Iraq, basically. It's kind of funny how the, trade route looks like the Scottish flag almost, with that sort of, like, curvy X going through it. Yeah, it sort of looks like the Scottish flag, which is pretty cool. Kind of funny how you're using Scottish Highlanders to do your British build, almost. Yeah, it's kind of like the perfect map to do, like, Scottish Highlanders on, because the trade route literally looks like their flag, pretty much. Yeah. Anyways, we got the Governor. Hello, Governor, again. And on the other side, we got Sir Bernalock going up with Corps Master. I'm assuming he's going to be doing mercenaries again. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see. So, he's doing natives this time. So, he's doing the Aliyah build. Yeah, this is the Aliyah build. He's got Blood Brothers, Native Warriors, Circle Army. He's got the wedding and the house. Oh, he's Aliyah-ing this time. Let's see how well he does it, though, because we know how well Aliyah does it. We'll see if Sir Bernalock can pull off the same build. Perhaps. Should be pretty interesting to see. Looks like Germany's got it. Up, they're all taking two sides. They're all each taking one side of the Scottish flag. Germany's got the bottom side of the Scottish flag, and British got the top side of the Scottish flag. Yeah. Pretty much. Here comes the free Uhlans, jawohl. Looking to do some raiding damage here. Trying to get in two before this tower goes up. And start seeing at their HP. We'll keep these vills stuck in their TC, I would assume. Here comes the royal decree as well.
Auftrag. Bereit. Auftrag. Ja. Bereit. In den Kampf.
Oh, nice. Cutting through those villies. Ooh. There you go. And going up with the Exiled Prince for faster age-up time. We'll beat British to the punch in terms of age-up timing there. And from there, I'm assuming he's going to be trying to get a fort of some kind to defend, maybe. He's going to have to be careful of Leah's push there. Be of big concern, I would imagine. Starts, it's going to get that food from the over there, some of the mangoes. It's going to start going with 1,000 coin, followed by 1,000 food to get up to industrial, to make the build really good. Let's see if he gets Age 4 in time to make this work. Yeah. Oh, looks like British actually went with the bishop this time. They didn't go with the Mohawk statesman, so they're going more boomy, which should give Germany enough time to make this work. Yeah. Yep, here's some of those coin crates, and then the food crates will be coming soon afterwards. Oh, he did go for the Mohawk statesman. Like, here they are. Here's the tomahawks with the longbowmen. Yeah. This is good. Yep, here comes the fort. It's going to need that fort to defend, I would assume. Does have 2 town centers to help in the defense as well. I think if he gets up to H4, he's pretty much golden to defend. Here comes the enemy army, though, of, like, infantry. Will the fort get this start before trouble comes? Yes, you better not put the fort too forward, though. Yep. Get out of the way, get out of the way. You need to start building the up iron. So it's going up now. Yep. Calls out the Minutemen as well from both towns there to kind of ensure that that fort goes up and stays up. And what next? I think he might have messed this. A little concerned for him. Like, I think he maybe should have just sent like one group of Minutemen to scare him off now because he's kind of run a bit low on the rest to reach H4. We'll see though. Oh, it's going to stable right here. Okay. That could be a bit of a problem. I think, yeah. Yeah, if he got one less Minutemen batch, I think he would have been fine in age up time. Because now it feels like everything's going to be way too much delayed at this time. Go over here to this mine, I would assume. It's probably going to be your best move. Yeah, try to keep those Minutemen going. Oh, yeah. Where are the other... Yep, oh, they're getting that. Let's start getting some of that coin there. Oh, he's just stalling himself time. Pretty clever, actually, yeah. Just trying to milk as much seconds as he can to get that coin food needed for the age up. And of course, if he goes towards this other town center, he has to deal with the fort as well. So, I mean, I think he's playing it as best as he can considering the circumstance here. Yeah. Last of the bills are out. Yeah, has to go to the berries now to get the food. Let's eat up that fruit. Now he uses the native strat against me. This is the French player who lost to my native German build on Saxy. Oh yeah, I remember that, yeah. Alright, so going up to Industrial Age with the Engineer for Phelps. Okay. I think if he gets some coin at this point and gets the Wedden allies out, might be okay. Might want to get Blood Brothers first, though. Depending on what he's doing. From here on out. Just needs that age up done, and then the town center is kind of, you know, not as valuable at that point. Yeah. Yep, and ignoring his villages is always nice too. Now he's not. Now he's not ignoring the villagers. Yep, get him to go near the fort. The fort will definitely hurt. But here comes the Falkies to do some range damage here. Oh wow, good blast. Now can start to make a volley onto one of his Falcons. Yeah, ooh, okay, yeah, that got him thinking. Ooh, yep, alright. Good work there. Oh, here comes the heavy cannons now. That's going to make a huge difference. Yeah, the heavy cannons, I don't think these Highlanders can deal with that. That's like a big no-no. Yeah, if you want... Ooh, yeah, these things will shred them. Ooh! Town center surviving by a thread. That's what you call pure skill right there. Yeah, that's pure skill. Nice job. Very nice job. And then the factories can come out. Followed by the Winged Hussars. Yep. Did that one quite well. Yeah.
Angriff!
Hallo, bereit.
Gotta put the factory somewhere probably near to the fort so he doesn't siege it easily. Yep, I guess that's... I would put it closer to the fort, you know. Don't make it as easy to grab. Yeah. What does he get next? Get some houses, yeah.
Auftrag?
He's gonna just keep getting... Yep, getting wood for houses. Probably want to change it up to wing... Yep, get the Winged Hussars. Oh, then gonna get the Blood Brothers in. Yep. And then can start getting those circle armies going. Yeah. Dragoon and Highlander. Alright.
I feel a bit strengthened now.
Some more for Ulans.
Aufgabe.
Yeah, try to put that. I'm a little bit questioning of those positions myself. Just worried that they're gonna get sniped easier by the army of Aaliyah there.
Ja? Auftrag. Verstanden.
Ja? Verstanden.
Oh, again, set up for heavy cannons now.
Richtig.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go at this point. But yeah, gonna want to start mining as well so they can start getting some natives in too. Probably the Habsburg infantry and the Saxon Cuirassiers too. Doing some good damage to those Highlanders. Yeah, excellent, excellent work. Now he's gonna try to blast those dragoons with the heavy cans first, because the heavy cans at least do pretty hard damage on them. You copied my deck. Plagiarism, man. This man committed plagiarism. Called the professor of the class and he'll fail the course. And Aaliyah tactics. Yeah, you're not supposed to plagiarize his work without a citation. And without the citation and works cited page at the end of your game, basically. You know, so you get for plagiarizing Aaliyah decks. Doing a good job plagiarizing, though. Really good job plagiarizing it. If I'd want anyone plagiarizing my deck, it would be this Germany here. Yeah. So here comes the Habsburg infantry at this point with guard upgrades. Tow. Here comes the heavy cans. So yeah, he's doing this quite well. And then the Saxon Cuirassiers will be coming out next, I'm assuming. All he has is like a few Highlanders here. This is like nothing. Why does he just try to, like, distract a bit here? Or does he know that cans will arrive soon? Yep, here comes the line infantry. Habsburg line infantry. Oh, wow! Locked him in. Now he can't escape. That was pretty nice there. Total decimation. Here comes the heavy cans, yeah. It's funny when you cop, yeah, plagiarism always works. Until you fail the class. You get kicked out of the university, yeah. Plagiarism is the way to go, man.
Ja?
Yep.
Auftrag? In den Kampf!
Bereit.
Bereit. Bereit.
Start taking out that arsenal. Heavy cannons, yep.
Bereit.
Auftrag? Jawohl!
Auftrag. Angriff. Verstanden.
Well, working pretty good, I guess. Yeah.
Ja? In den Kampf! Jawohl!
Ja.
Take out that tower now. One more culverins left, though. Yeah. Oh, no, actually 2 culverins left. But I think the line infantry will be able to fight the way. Oh, well, the heavy cans took care of that one. And, yep, I think there's enough artillery to get through this one as well. Oh, here comes the section Kinesis to do their splash damage. These things are beasts in Colosseum, by the way, Budokai. Because I had to deal with somebody doing that at one point. It was a total cancerous nightmare, man. Couldn't even do anything. I don't know if I put that one on YouTube yet, because I did another Colosseum Budokai. I think that was a different one. Yeah. Plagiarism rules. I can't beat Germany. Not with British. Definitely not. Maybe with that Baja California build from Mexico, maybe, but not that. Definitely not. Oh yeah, I mean, yep. Doesn't matter how much res he had, it just fell through his fingers like this much. 108 kills versus only 74. Military unit population, yeah, I mean, hey. Let's look at the military unit count, actually, because this one will consider any natives that, yeah. Interesting stats difference there. I was voting on a poll in the Discord that I saw for Age of the World. I guess they were asking people if you want a small patch that's more frequent or a large patch with all the reworks plus 2 to 3 new civs. And I think, yeah, let's do the big patch. You know, that might take many months to do. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, it's not like we can. Well, the only thing it would have made me more willing to see a smaller patch is if maybe we could have preserved its support with Age of Pirates. But since that's already gone, ship has already sailed, then yeah, I guess we're gonna have to kind of let that ship go at that point and just get the big Age of the World patches. I don't know what Sids will get, but should be pretty nice. Definitely. Now, I will get Sir Bernalot. So is that vengeance? Leah's seeking vengeance against Sir Bernalot and his plagiarism powers. Oh, all right. Maybe you'll get your vengeance someday. We'll have to wait and see. Have to wait and see if you can pull that one off. Maybe. Yeah. So now we're gonna be watching 1v1 ranked DM as Real Russ versus Aaliyah Germany ranked deathmatch. Should be pretty fun. GG, well played, Re. Yes. Re. So let's get this going. Oh, wait a minute. Whoop, wrong button. Alright, so I wanted to check out the map real quick before we get started, basically. So it looks like the map is Kamchatka. And the biggest thing you'll notice with Kamchatka is basically the way the river is set up, which is pretty strange, you know. It starts out as one river and then becomes two rivers here with this little weird bolt sticking out in the middle here with the trade socket in it. And then it continues on further down the line here, basically. So yeah, kind of an interesting map, I would say, you know. Yep, let's continue though. So basically we got Aaliyah as Germany here, starting out with the Nitro Petards. And Russia, what is Russia going to be doing? This should be pretty interesting. So Russia is going to be setting up their church here, get their mercantilism going, and then it's going to be a push out forward there for the most part. What is Russia doing? The lad is not getting mercantilism. Is he sleeping on the job again? Don't sleep on the job. You're paid to entertain my people. You don't get to sleep on no job. You might get fired if you do that. Yeah, definitely not. Oh, wow. Yep. Look, the Nitro Petards are going right for the town center. Classic Aaliyah. Classic Aaliyah move. And the lad, since the lad didn't get mercantilism, he's not getting the dueling school quick enough. Well, now he's spamming. He's spamming. But man's going to lose his town center now. Oh, ouch. That did not go well. Definitely not. And the lad didn't get his factories yet either, so he's doing a little bit sad here, I think. At this point in Germany, I'd probably just say start spamming out the Prussian needle guns already and start going down that path. But instead, he's actually going to start getting his circle army out, and then the Saxon Kila says next. Yeah, I'd probably just go skirmy here. Not even the point to go on pikes at this point. Unless he's cooking some more stuff. I don't know. Maybe he's cooking something else here we're not aware of yet. So here's the Brunswickers. And then, yep, here come the Saxon PSs. Has some horse artillery too that's, you know, trying to break through on. Yep. Oh, has some of the drummers. Here comes the drum boys. Yep. Training more of the Brunswickers out of the native embassies. So we ended up using the Prince Electors to ally with the House of Hanover to get Black's Brunswickers, get the drummers, and the Tonkopf Hussars as well. Very good batch overall. Yeah, these drummers are a pretty cool unit because they help units attack faster, so it improves units' rate of fire basically. So they shoot actually faster than normal. Oh yeah, does it affect the artillery or just the infantry and the cavalry? It's a good question actually. Yeah, I can see even the Saxon Kitasevs get a better rate of attack with these. It's pretty neat. Oh, it helps the villagers too with their movement speed. That's pretty neat. Here comes the Tonkopf Hussars as well. Going in super quick there. Yep. Tough one. We'll say that. I like that rate of fire improvement there from the Saxon PSS. Quite good actually. I think it's just going to come down to rate of fire at this point. Eventually, Russia's just going to burn through their res. Yeah, seems like it, you know. Well, they sent in the Georgian Hussars. Is that right from the home city? And then they're going to ship in the little bombards, basically. And then they're going to probably start shipping in the Zarkans. Yep. Just total stats, man. Oh, so that's from the Circle Army there, the Guard Mounted Infantry. Total ownage there by Aaliyah. Just burned through Russia's food. Their borscht and their cabbage soup, all for nothing. That was a pretty strong push there, honestly. I'll admit that. How do you still have enough resources for all that? It's called skill, man. Skill. It's called skill. Leah's got skill and knowledge. You don't, man. Yeah, plain and simple. Rate of fire did this much improvement, man. Yeah, you can't swarm a civ that shoots at the speed of light. That's basically it. How about military account? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was like boom, 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 and then the rate of fire from the drummers started doing their drumming, and it was a total change there, for the most part. Yeah. I'll copy his merc deck. Yeah, that's the way you do it at HVNY. You basically counter plagiarism with plagiarism. That's exactly right. I made a song in Sunno about Battle of Hastings. Looks like it's in fast speed. Yeah, I accidentally pressed the fast speed button there, unfortunately. It was only for like 30 seconds though. We got to see we saw the morsels, thankfully, out of that. Yeah, and now we're going to see a 1v1 Empire Wars funny British game versus Portuguese. Why is it funny? What sort of funny business are you doing, man? Tell me, what makes it funny? Did something really funny happen that I need to know about? We'll find out. It's good old Hudson Bay again, or Saganai, so we'll just start right now. All you need to know is this map has Cree and it has Huron on it, so some really good natives. Yeah. Let's see how the Portuguese do against Leah's British build. I feel like if this Portugal's prepared, it could be a problem, but if they're not prepared, it's going to be pretty easy for them to deal with it, really. Yeah. And these muskox in. Going up with the quartermaster. And, where does he go from there? David Warmar. By the way, Mar means the sea, basically. For those that don't know, Mar is a Juanito word that means the water, basically. The sea, the ocean, pretty much. Yeah, basically. Here comes a British outpost, pretty forward there. Portugal will start out with the stonemasons to improve building time. Yes, Vittoria. I forget how you're supposed to say it now. I remember, wasn't it someone tried to tell me how to pronounce this at some point? I thought it was Vittorias and it's Fattorias or something. I don't know. I'll keep calling them Vittorias for now until somebody corrects me on that. Basically allows your town centers as Portugal to trickle multiple resources in a small rate. It's like having sumptuary raws at each of your town centers, really. Without the export, of course. Who got the trade routes? Looks like Portugal got 2/3 of the trade route. So that's pretty good for them. How about the natives? Looks like Aaliyah's getting this native. He's getting this native. It's like, oh, he's getting free natives. Oh no, that's just not going to be good. Not going to be good at all. Yeah, once he gets that many natives, it's game over at that point. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, he's gonna start training musket. Where's that coming out of this Rex? Let's see what the early aggression does to Aaliyah's strat here of early musketeer attacking. Grabbing his coin on the front lines. It's rare that we see somebody sticking their coin that deep in enemy territory, man. You know, you get a separate economic gather point for a reason to avoid that sort of thing. But maybe he's... Because here's the thing, yeah, his muskets could totally take out that tower and start grabbing that coin. It's definitely going to make it painful to grab now and potentially affect his timing. Yeah. Looks like he still gets it, though. So it's going up to age 3. Pretty good shape to start getting the... Yep, get the Glorious Revolution and start getting those Highlanders out. Yep, here comes Royal Decree. I'm assuming the church is already up too. Yep, the good old church is going. Oh, he's even got the Hanover allies. He's got the drummers in this deck too, so maybe he could get the Highlanders to start shooting at rapid fire speed with this. Oh yeah, that'd be pretty fun. Not for Portugal, but for British. Oh, here comes a Trabants now. So it looks like Portugal ended up shipping Trabants in. A Trabantin. And then we'll start shipping in the Cannoneers as well. These Portuguese Abyss Gunners pretty much. Yeah, for pikes, these don't really have a... Oh, I took out his town center. Oh, why did he put his eco... Did he do that on purpose to... Is this a psychological tactic to make him think he's winning? Why would he do that? To make him think that he was the victor or something? I don't know. Pretty interesting. Cannoneers taking out Villy, taking out the rest of his Tomahawks. So, I mean, he's doing okay. I mean, all things considered, he's cooking. I know what he's cooking, but he's cooking. Start building more towers here to challenge what Leah's got, but here comes the Highlanders. Cannoneers should do some decent damage here, though. Taking out a number of them, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Musketeers helping out, too, a bit there. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is doing somewhat good. Yep. I think it could take... Yeah. Oh, yep. Taking out that one. Good work on that one. Just gotta start fishing now. Getting some fish and chips going. Oh, these docks here. Double docking for Fish Boom. After that sort of failure with the town center, probably fish is going to be the only way he redeems himself here a bit. Yeah. Doesn't have any fish market or rendering plant, though, so it's going to be a good old schoonerless Fish Boom. Yeah. Oh, again, mercantilism as well for some more shipments. Wonder what those will be. Probably some of these combat cards, or maybe some of these upgrades. Has the herdable stuff here for the fulling mills and the stockyards. Yeah. What's Portugal doing though? Like, I want to go back and forth between the two and see where they're at with this stuff. No coin for Portugal. Like, what's up with the lack of dinero here? And somehow still owns a native site within his side of the base. That one's kind of interesting. Yeah. Kind of makes me curious about how this is going to turn out, really. Minutemen will be harassing these settlers, yeah. Should be able to take them out, I would think, at that point, yeah. Oh, but then he's got a magical gate here to protect himself. Now the towers are strong enough to take him out in one hit. Classic, classic. Puts a stable here and then puts a tower on top of it. How nasty of you, Leah. And you got some hussars. Yeah. So what's the next step for these guys? Oh, Briscoe's Industrial Age. Probably to start the good old rocket spam. Yeah. You heard about Rocket Man, right? Aaliyah's the rocket spam. Do the rocket spam with the factories. It's the next logical step for him. Should be pretty good. Alright, let's continue. So, yep, it looks like Leah's not going to be the Rocket Man. He's going to be the Rocket Spam. Enough to get his own single from Elton John. Yeah. Rocket Spam. Rocket Spam. Yeah, basically. So, it looks like, where are these... Is he gonna spawn in here? Oh no, he did it. Is this intentional? This better be intentional, man. Oh, oh, he's gonna start attacking. Oh, he's got. So this looks more intentional. All right. This looks more intentional. All right. Still, it's risky because imagine if he would have gone that wagon. Oh boy. And the other one's going up right. Lucky. Yes. Good. Thanks for admitting that. He was very lucky to get away with that. But now that he got away with that, he's going to get away with a lot now with all these rockets coming in through here. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna do the rocket spam from the home city too. It's gonna be rocket, rocket, rocket. It's gonna be part of Team Rocket at this point. Yeah, exactly.
I feel a bit strengthened here.
Yep, gonna start building some more houses and be able to do rocket spam.
I am sorely grieved. I'm scary.
Yep, start attacking those hussars there. Yep, start taking out this tower over here.
I feel a bit strengthened here.
So, yep, it's gonna start production here with the rockets as well at the factories. I'd like drummers to be enabled as a card for all civs. Well, I don't think every civ has relationships with the state of Hanover in Germany. Hanover was mostly a British ally in Germany because, as you know, the old German Holy Roman Empire was a bunch of patchwork of a bunch of little states, and Hanover just happened to be the British influence one. So yeah, makes sense for drummers to be a British thing, but not necessarily for a lot of the other civs exactly. I guess you could make it part Germany because Hanover's part of Germany, but outside of like Germany and British, it becomes a bit questionable where Hanover can be referenced. Aha, you were good. Yes, he is. The man managed to get factories within your base. Talk about good. Revnak in disguise. Yeah. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
I am sorely grieved. I know that's scary.
Rocket spam. Deline. You are a nice guy, but you're not the rocket spam. You too very smart. 200 IQ or Leah moves. Oh, he's got these new Highlanders that he trained. Yeah. Looks like he's got more Blackwatch there.
Ready. Ready. Leo. Yes.
Yep, more rocket spam. Rocket spam.
Bravoons. Yes, ready. Come on, then.
Do you like this mode? Only if you're not dealing with this rocket spam, yeah. Dealing with this rocket spam is probably the worst mode in the world. To be fair, I do the same thing with British and Wars of Liberty, and you can actually do it even worse there because of the way the shipment system works for British and Wars of Liberty. It's actually even more cancerous to do a rocket shipment there. Yeah. It is, because you can do the Victoria Cross, pay a shipment, get 2 shipments in return. It's the same thing that I believe you get with one of the states of... No, with Virginia. The Virginia, I think it's the Virginia Assembly and USA 70. They get that tech. And then you can go with the Prince of Asturias, Spain, and get another shipment. And then you basically have a way of spamming out 8 to 10 rockets. It's really good for 2v2, but it's horrible to do in like a 1v1 where someone's on top of you. Yeah. If you can get away with them and not rushing, you can have like 12 rockets out of the gate in no time at a flat. and your opponent will not know what to do, especially if the other teammate knows how to play on their own. You just back them up with a bunch of rockets, and there's really not much they can do except like mass culverin, and even then sometimes that'll fail. Yeah, pretty much. I see you. Rocket Spam sees you. Are you emigrating? He's trying to get his green card. Don't forget passport. No problem. Yep, get your passport, man. Rockets slowly rolling their way in. Crushing through the walls. So many walls. This is like the most walls I've seen in any non-deathmatch before. The 3D game. It's like super walled out.
You ransomed me.
Rockets, yours. Yeah, he's rocket spam, so he's rocket fast. Hee 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 hee. Yes, he is. Barrages of rockets. I play all the game modes. I have to be fast. Yeah, it's true. If you play every mode in AoE3, you do need to know how to both your macaroni and your macaroni and cheese quite well. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Big time. Oh, he revolts his Haiti as well. Starts going for pirate spam. Ooh, wow. One free pirate. One pop. You want to stop automatic training? Yes. Yeah, it's still going. Brethren of the Coast. Ship's a mighty battleship with a pirate crew inside. One battleship with 10 pirates. Dude with the pet monkey enabled. Delivers one infrastructure wagon. I give up. Well, you should have given up a bit sooner, buddy. Damn it. Too much rock. Well played, sir. Here's all the Maroons attacking. What's the difference between the Maroons and the normal revolutionary militia? Almost like closed the wall. Lucky you. Not fast enough. That's right. Good one. Good one, good one. Huge resource difference there. And what about military? Rocket spam. Rocket spam. 88 raises and 126 kills. Yeah. Big time. Yep, pretty much. Now, I need to get some water, I think, because I noticed my throat was getting a little dry during this casting. So I'm going to get a bowl of water and try to moisten it up a bit. Get some lubricant down there. think that's a bit better. Hopefully it should get me through the rest of the games. So where are we at right now in the tree? So it's this, and I think this, yeah. So we will be doing this one now. Revolt same time, British versus Portuguese. Let's try this one. You are very good. Thank you. At least he acknowledges it, man. Did P. Diddy enter the chat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was talking about the water basically lubricating my throat a bit. Good one, though. Not P. Diddy. You gotta love that one. A P. Diddy reference in Unstoppable Stwatzy game casting stream. You only get that every minute, every... Good catch there. That was a good one. Very good one. Speaking of P. Diddy, it looks like we're in California. So, yeah, that should be pretty interesting. It's like we got British versus Portuguese again, but this time in the land of fruit and nuts, basically. Yeah, pretty much. So, this is the green part of California, and this is probably Nevada, you know? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? Here's the desert, here's the trade route. You got Klamath natives on this one, which are all... Well, you also got Nuka here, so you got some, like, anti-cav as well as skirm, so this is a pretty good spread. So, let's get started now. Alright, I wonder if it's... This man loves his walls. Thinking we're gonna name him Tim Walls at this point. He's just spamming walls everywhere. Yeah, pretty much.
Sim.
Yeah.
Qual é a sua ordem? Caçador.
Qual é a sua ordem?
What's Portugal going up with the Core Master, and British are going up with Governor. Hello, Governor. See how this one turns out. Greenwich time. It's always Greenwich time when you're organizing tournaments. That is. Yep. Yeah, you're basically required to know Greenwich time when you're organizing tournaments for AoE. Because, you know, got everybody in different time zones, and Greenwich time is normally the one that you standardize it off of, pretty much. This is a nice map. Yeah, California is a nice map, but you don't want to live there, though. Taxes are too high, it's riddled with crime, and everywhere you step down in downtown Los Angeles and San Francisco, there's tents and drug needles and poop and pee. And, yeah. Crazy homeless vagabonds that chase after you for 2 pennies. And no, I'm not kidding. I've known people that had to do work there or whatever for like a couple of days, and they didn't even want to go back. Yeah, now's not the time to go to California, I guess, you know. Definitely gonna stay home in my state if, you know, I want to seek out places filled with needles and poop and pee and tents everywhere. Yeah, definitely. Yep, most definitely. Definitely don't go to California until they fix that state up a bit, you know. Used to be pretty good to go to California, you know. They got like a lot of natural landmarks there, like Death Valley, you got Palm Springs, you got the northern part of the state, it's all woods, you got the farmland there. But now, because they don't take care of the cities now and you got all the crime everywhere, it's not particularly a safe place to live in, and it's very expensive, you know. I think like a loaf of bread costs like $10 or something there at this point. It's kind of crazy, you know. And it's not even fancy schmancy bread, like your everyday, I don't know, like your, what's a good one? Like your $10 Wonder white bread or something basically costs like $10, which is crazy, you know. Imagine paying $10 for a loaf of bread. what is the meat gonna cost? What's the ham gonna cost? What's the turkey gonna cost? What's the Swiss cheese gonna cost? What's the pickles and the tomatoes and the les gonna cost? And the mustard and the mayonnaise gonna cost? I mean, if you're paying $10 for a loaf of bread or whatever, imagine getting a whole sandwich. You know, like that's like living in the Middle Ages, basically living on bread because that's all you can afford with your paycheck. You know, because unless you're working out of Silicon Valley, you know, for Apple or whatever, you're probably not making enough bucks to keep up with those tax requirements, basically. Definitely not. Anyway, and yeah, and you might be the unfortunate one whose only job available is basically picking up the needles and the poop off of the sidewalks in California, I guess. Yeah. Pretty unfortunate, I guess, in the end. Yep. But anyways, it looks more or less like the last game, you know. It's basically Portugal throwing out a bunch of musketeers and British just hanging back and going up to age 4, you know. They're already in age 3 at this point, and they just, you know, they need to... They're grabbing their coin right now. Yep, they're grabbing their coin, and they just need the food, and then it's rocket spam time. Again. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, but unfortunately, because he's in the state of California, he's probably going to have to trade a bunch of his coin at the market for food to get that $10 loaf of Wonder Bread. And $20 for that slice of ham to put on the Wonder Bread. And that $20 for that slice of Swiss cheese to put on the bread. And the mustard and the les, forget about it. I can travel to France and get a kilo for cheaper than... Really? Really? In France? Ugh. Yep. Yeah, you don't want to go to California. California, everything is super expensive, man. Super expensive. And I live in a pretty expensive state myself, but California is, like, really expensive. Not the costs of everything there are expensive, and the income taxes are crazy high. For just about everybody, for, like, no reason. You know, they claim, oh, we got organic food. Free of GMOs. That's why you're paying high taxes and free healthcare for everybody. And they do mean everybody, including the people that aren't even U.S. citizens get free healthcare. So, you know. Yep. Totally worth those tax dollars. I mean, I would pay that. I think you'd pay that tax money if they gave kids Age of Empires 3 for free, maybe. But definitely not, just food that's labeled organic, GMO free. No, I'd rather just get free AoE 3 and Age of Mythology for life. That would probably be worth it, you know. Because that would help me out, because if you gave every kid AoE 3 and Age of Mythology for free, then they'd watch my channel and I could make money. So that'd be a good deal for me. You know. I don't care if your food is genetically modified or whatever it is, you know. I don't mind growing 3 or 5 eyeballs when I eat a cookie or a brownie. It's totally fine with me. You used to get, yes, that is true. I remember that. It still does in Wars of Liberty. You do get free sheeps on this map. Yep, indeed, and that's probably why I see you here with the fulling mills and the stockyards, too. Yeah, that would absolutely make sense there. Yep. Yeah. And what they did, what was interesting, was they took this fulling mills card and they gave it to Argentina, pretty much, with their whole livestock bonus of cows coming for free from the pastures, basically. So it actually works out much better there than it does for the British, probably.
I am sorely grieved. I may not steer it.
Yep, going up to Industrial Age with the Engineer, getting some Falcons. Talk about tower spam. Look at all these. Ugh. Comes the Minutemen. Where's the factory's gonna come in from this time? So putting the Peter's Pale Pub right over there. Oh yep, good placement on that one. Comes the factories. Oh, the fort's going down right. Oh, this is... Oh, no, he's going to deny him a fort. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to put a fort on top of Las Vegas. What happens in Vegas did not stay in Vegas. It just got demolished into the ground then. Yeah. Pretty much. That was unfortunate. Yes, it was very unfortunate. Imagine your stable getting rushed by Minutemen and an Explorer. Here's the Hussars coming out. How did he ignore this villager? I know with that one.
Ready. I mean so.
Start taking out this wall over here. Yep, here comes the Black Watch too. So here comes those wonderful Highlander Black Watch. Rocket spam, 135 kills and 688 sieges. Yep.
Yes.
Taking out another wall segment there.
Ready. Above. Commandment. Ready.
So what is Portugal's plan to actually counter this? Looks like right now they're just trying to spam vills out of town centers. See if they can catch up to deal with that. Problem is it's rocket spam, so there's literally very little you can do against that, really. Yeah. Just about. I'm wondering if extra towers card and age 4 tower research card is worthy. Let me think about that actually, because what did you... It can be actually, because I've seen people use in Wars of Liberty tournaments before. I've seen people run the advanced fortifications before with the tower spam in their base, and then basically turned a bunch of unupgraded outposts into fully fledged, you know, towers basically, and all the walls in their base basically got research for free. So it depends if you're doing FF or FI. If you're doing FI, advanced fortifications can actually be a generally good thing, you know. And then I remember the Maori actually had a stronger version of it too, that not only researched their technologies but also gave them a booster effect as well and made them slightly stronger too. So yeah, I guess it depends on your build at the end of the day. If you're going for FI, then advanced fortifications can be pretty strong. If you're not going for FI and you don't plan on getting a lot of towers up quickly, it could be kind of a waste. It really depends on what your strat is, really. Yeah. It's like most things in AoE3, you know. Every card is theoretically useful, but it just depends on its use case, really, and the age you plan on doing it in. For advanced fortifications, it's for people that can make really quick use out of it, I think, you know. Because it gets to a point where you might have have a good eco very late in the game where it's probably not even worth having a card like that. So, yeah, it's really about making the most of that card, because the idea of the card is basically to research a bunch of really good defensive techs very quickly and for free. And that's only good if your economy isn't good enough yet to get it otherwise. You know, if you plan on getting a good economy, then it's better just to research those things as you go and not to you know, yeah. I think for your case, since you're going for FI, Advanced Fortifications is actually probably an okay investment. Really, and you probably could save some res doing that you could put into maybe unit upgrades or artillery training or arsenal techs or something. So, I mean, yeah, I think that works. The Florence Nightingale card is very interesting. Yeah, it basically turns your manors into field hospitals, pretty much. I don't think I've ever used that card before, like ever. I don't think I've ever used that card before for like anything, even when I first started playing AoE 3. It's like an interesting concept, but I'm never thinking about putting manor houses on the front lines because I kind of want them to be in the back of the base so I don't get house. So yeah, I guess so. Yeah, pretty much.
I feel a bit strengthened now.
What's up with these units? Are they twitching? It looked like they were having a seizure or something. They started jerking their knees and stuff. They doing okay?
Yes.
I don't know. It's like they were trying to consume Roblox or something. Yeah, very strange. That was because I noticed a lot of skirmishers with Highlanders and retreating to towers and mares to heal. Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting, yeah. I never quite thought of that as like an actual micro thing before. Like I've never, when I've ever I cast or produce matches for like Julian K and stuff, I've never really seen them ever use that card before, Florence Nightingale before, so I was sort of wondering about that one. Like, I've never seen it at high level play, but maybe it is, and I just haven't seen enough high level decks before to know, so maybe. I don't know. I've never been big of a heal guy before, you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of a reason why we don't see priests a whole lot either. You know, is it really worth paying coin to get one healer out to heal your army? Or is it, because it feels like so many of the AoE 3 games are so fast paced, you rarely ever have time to stop and heal and, you know, build a prolonged base. You're kind of just going up against their town center all the time, trying to pop houses down. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't hurt if Zulu had a card to heal your units at your Akandas in Wars of Liberty. That would be pretty good. But other than that, I can't really think of a situation where I'm sort of sitting in my base trying to amass stuff and heal things up, really. Yeah, so it's kind of an interesting situation there. Pretty much. Oh, and then you revolt as the Continental Army of the United States. Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting there.
Yes.
Guard regulars, pretty much. Ooh, very spicy indeed. I've never done a United States revolt before, so it looks pretty interesting. Okay, okay. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Yeah, seems like a fun thing to do.
I'm ready. Yes. Yes.
And what did Portugal revolt as? He revolted as is that China or something, or Taiwan or something? Oh, what did he revolt as? Oh, Indonesia, that's right, the Javanese spearmen. Ah, okay. So yeah, he's got Sumatran elephants, and then he's got Japanese spearmen, Chinese immigrants, arsenal, asset pepper exports. I'm an expeditionary army. Ah, interesting, yeah. I remember the set bang cannons from Colosseum. A lot of those times in Colosseum you'll get those cannons as well as the culverins, especially the new Budokai Colosseum. Every time you deliver an artillery wagon to your base, you'll get culverins and those Indonesian cannons, basically. Yep, quite interesting. You evaded. Oh no, he's evaded. He's Javanese spearmen and Janissaries and bombards are going forward in his organ guns. Yeah. I don't need houses. Yeah, that's right. You're in a revolt. You don't need population. You just need a place to ship your stuff at. Literally it. Yeah, like what? Yeah, so he's still got rocket spam though. Rockets. What about town centers? Well, he's still got one over here. But oh no, the Black Watcher can never. Nether. What's nether? So what stats do these Japanese spearmen actually get? Yeah, they just seem like good old pikemen, pretty much. Pick up this TC next. The TC is gone. There's his Explorer. Explorer's right here. Oh, the towers are just crushing the cans, though. Yeah. Taking out a factory. Well, at least you get the factories down. Factories down is probably a good thing. Then retreats into the sunset with his bombard. Oh no, he's losing cans to that. Is he going to that corner? Yeah, guess so. What's he got on the war at that point? He's got reds coming through there. Do you have a market? No. Got some ironclads though.
Preparado, sim? Emrin?
Sim. Vou atacar. Sim. Qual é a sua ordem? Qual é a sua ordem? Preparado? Sim. À luta.
Cousin, where are the ironclads? Yep, he's got
Qual é a
one
sua
over
ordem?
here. And, well, yeah, rocket spam. Rocket spam destroys ships too. That's right. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice indeed with that one.
Qual é a sua ordem?
Preparado.
The man's
See?
final army there, but no market to trade for wood. Yeah. I need a market. Does he have a villager? Let me see. The man has no vills. That's right. And has no vills. So, no market for you. No market for you, man. You got no vills. Have you, citizens?
Preparado?
Yeah, you could really use those right now, couldn't he? 6 and 1 TC. Yep, he gets that with USA, right? As an option. Yep, he's got citizens. He's got European immigrants too. Yeah. Yeah, I see your strategy up fast. H4, yeah. And take the cannons, yeah. They're not cannons, they're rockets, man. It's rocket spam. It's rocket spam, it's not cannon, it's a rocket. It's 4th of July, man. Fireworks. This time I'll almost take you. Yes. But did he really? He should have had a market and I need 100 wood. GG. I have 4,000 wood. You are very, very good. And you are very, very... somewhat good. Yeah. Enjoy playing with you. Don't oh no, you're flattering Aaliyah and now he's gonna blush. He's gonna blush like a little princess now. I enjoy playing with you too. Oh wow, yeah. Very fun when you see a revolt done by both players like that. Yeah, definitely. Which one are we on now? We doing what's this one about? GG, well played. Oh, it's Blue King Mexico versus Leah's British. Here we go. Should be pretty fun. Yeah. So we got another Mexico again. I wonder what this Mexico's gonna do this time in Empire Wars. Is he gonna Is he gonna go, yep, he's going Texacala. What's the deck looking like? Oh, yeah, he looks like we might be getting another Baja California again. It's going in sort of in that direction, I think, yeah. This is going Central America. That could be another possibility here, I think, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what he's doing.
Sí, sí, sí.
Here comes the Hacienda. Surprise World Wagon's gonna do something else.
¿Cuál es la orden?
Military wagon. So is he gonna... Oh, he's gonna go for that. Go for that. Alright. So where's he ship now? Gonna see if this Mexico compares to the last one we saw go up against the... Up he goes for Shinankos, followed by Settlers. Okay, so he's playing it a bit differently here. Like that. Yeah, is he gonna revolt though? Because he seems to have the cheap revolts there.
Comandante.
Bit of harassment's always good. Oh, going for Stagecoach and getting another set of Chinancos. Yeah. Alright, so he's playing standard Mexico. He's not revolting, at least not yet. If he does or he doesn't, we'll have to wait and see if he's got that up his sleeve or not. Should be interesting to find out either way.
Comandante. Estoy listo. Comandante. Estoy listo.
Central America. Central America, get some extra bills from that one. Yep, exactly. Here we go. Here comes the extra villagers. El Dinos. It's gonna go double wood crate. 700 wood, 600 wood. Keep making Chinancos.
¿Cuáles son mis blancos? Estoy listo.
Yep, go after that villager.
¿Cuáles son mis blancos?
Just gonna keep queuing up more of the Chinancos.
Sí.
And he's gonna... What is he gonna do next?
Estoy listo. Por la gloria. ¿Cuáles son mis blancos?
Yep, Infinite One Falk. Kind of interesting.
Estoy listo.
What's his game plan, though, with Central America? It's a good question, actually.
Sí.
Again.
¿Cuáles son mis blancos? Comandante, ¿cuáles son mis blancos? Estoy listo.
I'm back. Let's finish up the rest of this match. Let's go. Alright. So, from what we understood, basically Mexico was going Shinako Rider against British who are in Age 3 now, and as we've seen from the last few matches, the key to this sort of British build in Empire Wars is to go to Industrial Age, and to spam out lots and lots of rockets pretty much, yeah. So where's Ali and all that? Yep, he's actually going into it right now with the engineer, which will grant him about 2 Falcons. Which will be a good landing defense, basically to deal with this cannon and a cav that comes out. Well, at least it depends how much cav he's got, really. But it does look like Mexico's getting up there too in res. He should be able to return to Mexico just about now, I think, yeah. Is he going to return to Mexico, or is he sticking in this age? Yep, he's returned to Mexico right now. Or la mismo. Yep, definitely. Yep, so here we go, here we go. Here we go.
Listos para disparar. Comandante.
Ship into culverins as well. That should be helpful against what's going to come after him with the Leah's attack there. Actually, he's going to have a bit of an edge there depending on how he micros it. You know, if he can take out the culverin, that actually should give him a bit of an advantage there. Especially the handcap mass as well. Also has some soldados available. Should be good defense. Yeah. Oh no, but the cans are right on top of him though, so this is... Oh, but no, he showed them too quickly though, because now his tomahawks are going to be right on top of him now. And the Highlanders, of course, are going to target that thing down as well. Yep. Yep. But now he can go heavy cans at least. Yeah. I think he should have just went with the Baja California, just like the other guy did myself. At least from the looks of it, basically.
¿Cuáles son mis blancos?
Here comes a factory, and then 2 heavy cans.
Sí.
Estoy listo.
Sí.
Chipotle Tactics, that's kind of funny that he researched Chipotle Tactics because, you know, you get food from destroying enemy buildings, but indeed your buildings are going to be the ones that are going to get destroyed there. Yeah, pretty much. Does it give you food for... Destroyed buildings, yep. Oh, including your own. Okay, so he does actually get some Juanito Comida from that. Okay. So that actually was a 200 IQ move then. Yeah, I was wondering, like, oh, did he realize that? Yeah, that does help him out. Alright. That's good. That's good to know, basically. Revolts into California. Again, the land of fruit and nuts once again. He will defeat Aaliyah with poop and syringe needles and tents. Oh, but he took out the town center before he could complete it, though. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Would have been a pretty fun revolt there. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. British versus Spain this time? Alright, see how this one turns out. GG, well played, okay.
Preparado.
Here we go. So, this is another one on Mongolia. Jorge ERC, playing as España. We'll be going up with the Logistician. Oh, the Logistician. Very interesting choice. And British going up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. Should be a pretty interesting one. Say that about just about every game, but hey, Leah's builds are pretty good, you know what I mean? He's been giving us builds for a very long time, so, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to whatever he has for us, you know? This British build for Empire Wars has been working quite well for him, so I mean, you can see what it works good with and what it doesn't work good with, you know what I mean? So far we've seen German mercenaries, German natives, and Mexico, Baja California is the way to stomp it, and everything else it's went quite well with, you know? Yeah. So what's his Spain deck look like? Yeah.
Sí. Hola, ¿qué me ordena? Sí. 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 ¡A las armas! Lo haré. Sí.
Infinite shipments and it's called Rapido. Rapido. So he's got infinite feet. Oh, so the Logistician does stuff with the crates. Ah, that's kind of interesting actually, yeah. I didn't know that, so this is pretty cool actually. Pretty fun, yeah. Maybe I should try that and see how good it is, yeah. So what's the idea of that? Basically, he's going to try to age up quickly, using these extra resources that get added to his inventory or something? I guess so. Yep, seems like it. Yeah. Okay, so how does he do this? So he makes some musketeers, and then he's getting out some pikemen right up here. I'm assuming he's going to try to take out this Aaliyah TP here, which will threaten his shipment times a little bit. Yep, should be fun. And what does Spain do after that? Does he just stick it out in age? Looks like he's heading towards age 3. With Because if he was going like full swarm, he should have just went right after him at this point. So I mean, yeah.
¿Qué me ordena?
Alright, so he's got a massive muskets to go after the tomahawks with. I think the muskets will indeed be much better against the tomahawks, mainly because, you know, the muskets have pack armor, so they're actually somewhat impervious to the tomahawks there. More so than the tomahawks are impervious to the bullets of the muskets. Alright, so yeah, I mean, the muskets are cleaning up house here. So the barracks going down. Aging up with the bishop for another town center. It looks like it's queuing up Pike and Musketeer. I don't know if that's really going to be great against Highlander, though. I really don't. So we'll have to see if that one turns out pretty good.
Preparado.
Hola.
Preparado.
Preparado.
Got about 2 falconets from the home city as well. So he's got that at least to match up with what British are doing. Alright. Let's see. Okay, he's got to make sure he... Oh no, he wasn't targeting the cannon. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
¿Qué me ordena? Preparado. Voy a... Sí. ¿Sí? ¡A las armas! Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo. Preparado.
Is doing culverin from the foundry and lost the barracks he was doing, so he can't. He's got barracks up here, but that's way out of the way, though, right? Yeah. He's doing industrial age now. He's gonna try to get these falcons now. Ooh, yep, got one shot in, and unfortunately Highlanders are there, so he has to back up now. I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen to these culves now. They're going to get completely railroaded by these infantry. Minutemen are going to try to help out a little bit, but wait, a little too late there. He's going to lose both hands. Nope, unfortunate. And what does he send now? He sends the coin one. Okay. Oh, nice. That's actually a lot of resources there, yeah. What does he do with it, though, is the question. Yeah, it feels like too little too late again. Leah's just right on top of him with the Highlanders and the cans. It's like, yeah, you're doing all these fancy tricks with your resource allocation from the logistician, but does it really match the time frame to deal with Aaliyah's push? It really doesn't look like it. Not really. Definitely not. So, once you get Spanish Square, does that mean that if you go into cover mode, you get 60% Pierce armor, or is it still 50%? Never quite figured that out. So that'd be pretty interesting if your Pike's got like 60% Pierce armor from cover mode after researching that. Yeah, definitely. Definitely would be. 100% on that one. So now we are going to be going on, I think, our last Empire War here. See where that one is? It's right over here. British versus China. China. Okay, so it's Morgul is the Chinese and Leah is the British. Let's see who wins this one. Looks like we're on what's this map? It's called Somalia, basically, right? The Horn of Africa. See how it's literally the Horn of Africa, Somalia itself. I know in like normal supremacy and tournaments, people complain about the fishing locations and the whales and stuff like that, but I'm sure it's pretty fine for Empire's War game, don't you think? Yep. So let's get going with this one now.
是的，
请下命令，遵命，猎人。
请下命令。
什么？
准备好了，请下命令，准备好了。
Looks like China's already. Oh wow, he used all. I think he used like almost all the maximum villages you can to get that summer palace up. Yeah. So what does he do now? First try Earth. What's first try Earth? First try Earth. So he's going for aggro. Okay. Looks like he's got a method to his madness, and I like it. China is one of the best aggro cities to go with, I would think, in this situation. So, I mean, if you can do it, I applaud him.
准备好了。
So where's he attacking from? So the Quangs are right here. And you better start working like lightning, man, because the man's going to start sending out the, whatchamacallits, right? He's going to go after the tower first, probably, right? Yeah, and then... Yep, and then he's probably going to do the step riders, yeah. Okay. Seems like he knows what he's doing. I'll give him that. So he's going to get this tower down. Question is, does he find the church and get that down in time? Because if he doesn't, I think then you got some problems. You know what I mean? So let's see. See what happens. Come on, run, run, run. You don't know what's going to happen to you. Run for your life. Run for the church. Take out the church. And then he takes a nap. Now he's sleeping. Sleeping like a little baby. Waiting for mommy to give him some milk. and some cookies and read him a bedtime story. You don't just get to sleep after you take down one tower, man. You gotta go for that church. Literally.
是的，请下命令。
Yeah, here comes the stepbrothers, here comes the coin. Yeah, but he should be going after this tower. He should be doing stuff, you know? This is the problem. This is why this particular one is gonna probably fail, is because he's given his opponent too much time to do stuff. It's like, oh, I gotta wait and make an army. No, you don't. You need to be scouting. You need to be pushing. Yeah, and I think he might be in the mental block thinking, oh, if I take out a mare house, then he's just gonna build another one. But you know, you just need to know what he's doing in his base, because if he's going musketeer spam, you gotta get on top of the curve with that. If he's going Highlanders, you gotta be on with the royal decree. You need to be on top of that, you know. And he's kind of just slacking there. It's just not gonna help him out too much in that situation, you know. Pretty simple, actually. Yeah.
准备就绪。是的。准备就绪。
So he's going to be doing a bit of fishing here as well. Very interesting.
请下命令。准备就绪。是的。是的。 请下命令。
Is the high? Well, he's got the tomahawks. Is he gonna get the Highlanders soon? Well, he's got the. Let me see. Well, he's got enough food for the Blackwatch, I believe now, right? Yep. Well, he sees the stepbrothers going after the frame post, and he's gonna just start hitting them. Yeah, he just notices now that something's up, and he starts retreating. Yep. Is he going age 3? Yeah, I think he is. What does he go for, though? Does he go... He doesn't have Repelling Volley, which is a little bit sus. He doesn't have Arquebusiers. He's got Iron Troop, which could be interesting. Yeah, I just don't know where he's... What momentum is he going to be building for this matchup, you know? Hand mortars could be good for taking out the rocket. continue with the rest of the match. Alright, there we go. China is going H3, but they do not have a good setup for skirmishers here. And one of the major threats of this Aliyah deck and build is Highlanders Black Watches, so he's going to find himself having some serious problems here, I think. Really big problems. So we'll see if he can actually handle that or not. He actually is going with some of the Somali Darude militia. Okay. That will help with the rockets, though. I mean, he's doing a little bit of the right thing there. Give him that. Just if he had a repelling volley, which just about every China player uses, I think he'd be golden. You know. Yeah. Like I thought every China player has repelling volley in their deck. Like that's like a go-to card. Because it like gives you the value of counter infantry rifling for both your skirmisher and your archer unit, which is just really good value. And it also gives them more damage, I thought too. So that's a really good card to go with. Yeah. So it looks like Stepbriar's trying to swarm them, and villagers instead of skirmishers using villagers. What is this? He's shooting the tomahawks with villagers. I thought for a second that was arquebusiers or something. No, those are villagers. Where's his arquebusiers at? They're all the way over here. Yeah. Fake arquebusiers. Now he's got no calves, so the cans are going to have a field day going into that situation. Yeah, big time. Definitely on that one. Yep, send in the Iron Troop, and at least he's got some sort of skirmisher yet. If he can get rid of these somehow, the Iron Troop are going to be excellent. But he's got to get rid of those. The Iron Troop have really good pierce armor, really good pierce armor. How much pierce armor they get in DE? So they get 60% pierce armor. That is really good armor. But against cannons, absolutely. Well. At least they get the ray of fire to take him down a bit quicker, but again, if you didn't have the cans there, yeah, see, he's going to target your Iron Troop. He's not going to fall for that. He's not going to just go after your True Canoe and let you just... Yeah. This man just threw his stuff at the wrong time, and now he's paying the price for it. Yeah. Big time. Chengdao, where are the flamethrowers at? Yeah, those should be going there. Yeah, at least get the Highlanders into position. Here comes the drummers. What do these Highlanders go up to with the rate of fire? The rate of fire goes up to 2.84, which is quite good actually. Yeah. Only time you see rate of fire improvements is usually when you're playing a Coliseum Budokai and you decide to upgrade your rate of fire, which I tend to do all the time, you know. I just love my units shooting faster usually. Tends to be a pretty good strategy overall to go with, typically. Yeah, usually is.
下命令。
是的，遵命。请下命令。
请下命令。请下命令。是啊。开战。
请下命令。出击。
Confucian Academy's down. And it's the final countdown. I'm gonna see if this how this ending turns out. Ooh, yeah, now he's getting a good hit on those rockets. Big time. Oh, okay, so in terms of... For all that stuff that he made, he only got 20 kills? Pretty surprised by that, because he should have gotten, like, probably at least, like, 60, 70 out of that, I think. I would assume. Yeah. I don't know, though. I don't know. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. So that's the last recording, right? Let me just make sure. Yep, that's the last one we got, I believe. Yes, it is. Alright, so that's the last recording we got. Alright. Just wanted to make 100% sure of all the cast of games we got today. Alright. So, what was your favorite cast of game today? People who are still here. We got about 3 viewers still here. So, what did you like about today's stream? We had a lot of funny moments talking about different things, different matches, different builds, you know. Talk about California a lot today for whatever reason. And all the poop and the needles on the sidewalks. That was very interesting. Yeah. So, yeah. Definitely feel free to tell me which match was your favorite. And, yeah. How long was the stream? It was a 5.5 hour one. Not bad. Not bad. If we had more recordings, I would have kept going. But, now that we're done with that, I think I'm going to focus on recording some stuff for tomorrow. You know, I got about 3 things ready to publish tomorrow. But it would be good to have 2 more things at least to publish too. So I'm going to be working on that now. Anyways, thank you for coming today. We got a okay crowd for a DE stream, I think. And see you on Thursday for Wars of Liberty, you know. If we don't have enough cast of games by then, I'll probably do some gameplay too, maybe. Unless, of course, everybody's busy or whatever, which hopefully won't be the case, you know. So, yeah. Signing off now. See you on Thursday for Wars of Liberty. Yep, this was a fun stream. Love bringing it to you too. So, see you then.